You've tuned in to the unavailing frequency. But don't touch that dial. We've got you right where we want you.
I bought the Civic on a Tuesday in October, which should have been my first sign that something was wrong. Nobody makes good decisions on Tuesdays in October. The sky is that specific shade of gray that isn't dramatic enough to be beautiful and isn't clear enough to be pleasant. Just gray. The color of a headache. The color of waiting rooms. I remember standing in the gravel lot of Kalowski's pre-owned auto on Route 9 with my hands shoved into the front pockets of my hoodie, looking at this car and thinking, it'll do. It'll do. The 2.5 most dangerous words in the English language. The car was a 2009 Honda Civic, silver, or maybe it had been silver once. It was now the color of something that aspired to be silver and gave up halfway. There was a small dent above the rear left wheel well, a crack in the side mirror housing that someone had wrapped in electrical tape, and the passenger seat had a stain the shape of Florida on it that the previous owner had clearly attempted to scrub out and succeeded only in spreading. The odometer read 114,000 miles. The Carfax report was clean. The price was $4,200, which was $800 less than I had budgeted, which felt like the universe telling me to do it. I know now that the universe wasn't telling me anything. The universe is not in the business of communication. If anything, the universe is in the business of setting traps and then watching, bored and indifferent, while things fall into them. My name is Ainsley Carter. I am, or was, depending on when you're reading this, 26 years old, a junior accounts coordinator at a marketing firm in Hartford, Connecticut, person who ate the same lunch 4 days out of 5, turkey wrap, salt and vinegar chips, black coffee. Person whose most dramatic quality was that she owned way too many candles and occasionally forgot to call her mother back. I was, by every measure I'd ever applied to myself, unremarkable. I had a studio apartment with a Murphy bed I'd bought from a Facebook marketplace listing. Had a cat named Ptolemy who was indifferent to me. Had a college degree I'd used exactly once to hang on the wall of my childhood bedroom before my parents converted it into a workout room. I had until at least that Tuesday in October no car. I'd taken the bus for 3 years. The bus was fine. The bus was reliable in the way that things are reliable when you've lowered your expectations to the floor. It came eventually. It took you roughly to where you wanted to go. It smelled like old coffee and human disappointment. But I'd gotten a promotion in September, which came with a modest raise and a new office in West Hartford. And the bus route to West Hartford from my apartment required 2 transfers and a 15-minute walk that became genuinely miserable in February, so a car. Phil Kalowski was a heavy-set man in his late 50s who wore a down vest over a flannel shirt and shook my hand with the specific confidence of a man who had never in his life doubted that he was the most trustworthy person in any given room. He had a salt and pepper mustache and reading glasses on a beaded cord around his neck, and he said, "Yep," a lot. In the way that some people use not as an agreement, but as a kind of auditory filler, a placeholder sound while the real part of his brain was doing something else. "Yep, she's a good car," he said, patting the Civic's roof in a way that was probably meant to be affectionate. "Previous owner was a retired school teacher over in Simsbury. Kept it garaged in winter, very clean, great driving record." "So what's wrong with it? What's the catch?" I asked. He looked at me with what I think was genuine respect. "Well, the AC compressor's a little sluggish when it first starts up in summer. You'll know because it makes a sound like a cat that doesn't want to be picked up. Just let it run for a couple minutes before you crank it. Other than that," he spread his hands in the universal gesture of nothing else to see here. "And the GPS?" He'd mentioned it in a listing as a selling point. Built-in navigation system, rare for that model year. I didn't especially need a GPS, I had a phone. but it was sort of the thing that felt like a bonus, the scratch ticket you didn't expect to win. Phil Kalowski's expression did something complicated. Not bad exactly, more like the expression of a man deciding quickly how much of a true answer to give. Well, you see, it's one of those factory-installed units, he said. Built into the dash. Maps are a bit outdated. It's running on, I want to say, about 2014 maps, so you might find it doesn't know about newer roads. But for getting around the state, for your regular routes, it works just fine. Works great, even. But the maps are 12 years old. 11 years old, he said, as though the distinction mattered. And yep, you'd want to use your phone for anything new, but it boots up fast, the interface is clean, the voice on it is, I don't know, I find it kind of soothing. He paused. My wife says it sounds like someone reading a eulogy, but I think that's a matter of taste. I bought the car. I sat in the driver's seat and adjusted the mirrors and confirmed that the radio worked, that the heat came on, that the wipers moved in smooth arcs across the windshield. And I wrote Phil Kalowski a check, and he handed me the keys and the title and a folder of maintenance records. And I drove the Civic off the lot, feeling the specific sensation of someone who's done something adult and correct and earned the right to feel slightly smug about it. The GPS was on the dashboard, a rectangular screen about the size of a hardback novel, and set into the center console in a way that must have seemed futuristic in 2009, and now it looked like an artifact from some alternate timeline where touchscreens had gone a little bit differently. The screen had a slightly yellowish cast like old newsprint. When I turned the car on, it powered up with a quiet chime. 3 ascending tones, almost musical, and it displayed a loading screen, a blue globe slowly rotating with the words Navigon 7100 in white sans serif text beneath it. Then it resolved into a map. My location was a small blue arrow in the middle of the screen pointing north. Route 9 was a thick gray line. The lot, Kalowski's, was not labeled. The nearest labeled landmark was a CVS that I was fairly certain had closed years ago. The voice that I entered my home address to test it in was female. Low, unhurried, precisely enunciated. Phil Kalowski was right that it sounded like someone reading a eulogy, but he was wrong that this was a matter of taste. It objectively sounded like that. Like a woman who had been asked to convey information clearly and without any emotional coloring, and had done so with such perfect neutrality that the neutrality itself became a kind of tone, a frequency just below the threshold of unsettling. In 400 feet, turn right onto Route 9 North, she said. I turned right onto Route 9 North. Continue for 6.2 miles. I continued. Everything was fine. The car drove smoothly, the heat worked, the radio picked up the NPR station I liked. And by the time I got home and parallel parked, successfully on the first attempt, I might add, I decided that the Civic and I were going to get along just fine. So I named it Nothing, because I'm not the person who names cars. For the first 3 weeks, the GPS was exactly what Phil Kalowski had promised. Functional, reliable for familiar routes, charmingly outdated. I didn't know about the construction on Flatbush Avenue that had been ongoing for 2 years. It thought the Panera on Farmington Avenue was still a different restaurant. The screen labeled it as Baja Fresh, which hadn't existed in that location since around 2011. When I drove past my office building, the map showed an empty lot. But it knew the roads. It knew the highway exits and numbered streets and the general logic of Hartford's grid. And on the 3 occasions I used it for actual navigation, once to a friend's new apartment in Glastonbury, once to a dental appointment in Wethersfield, and once to IKEA in New Haven that I drove alone and regretted, it got me to those places without incident. I mostly used my phone. The GPS was just there, the way the Florida-shaped stain was just there, and I stopped noticing it the way you stop noticing most things that don't demand your attention. The first strange thing happened on a Wednesday, second week of October. Now, I want to be careful here because I've gone back over this moment many times and I want to describe it accurately rather than just retrospectively, which is to say I want to describe what I actually noticed in the moment rather than what I now understand it was. In the moment, it didn't seem frightening. It seemed like a small malfunction, the sort of quirk you expect from a 12-year-old piece of consumer electronics. I was driving home from work. It was about 6 p.m., already fully dark. November does that, pulls the plug on daylight at an hour that always feels slightly like an accusation. I was driving on Asylum Avenue, which I took every day, which I knew so well I could have driven it in a sensory deprivation tank. The GPS was on, but not giving directions because I wasn't going anywhere. I hadn't gone 100 times before. The screen, as usual, showed my blue arrow moving along the street. And then the voice said, "In 300 feet, turn left on Laurel Street." I did not turn left on Laurel Street. I didn't have a reason to. My apartment was right on Asylum, another half-mile up. I said out loud, "No thank you," the way you talk to a GPS when it's being wrong, which is to say with a mix of amusement and condescension. I kept driving straight. "Recalculating," the voice said. Well, that was normal. GPSs are supposed to recalculate when you ignore them. I turned the volume down a little. I thought nothing more about it until I was in my apartment, eating reheated pasta. I realized I hadn't entered a destination. The GPS had been in its idle state, showing the map, tracking my location, but it wasn't actively routing me anywhere. It shouldn't have been. I hadn't given it any directions at all. I sat with my fork halfway to my mouth for a moment. Probably just a glitch, I thought. Old software. It got confused. I finished the pasta. I fed Ptolemy, who ate without looking at me. I watched 40 minutes of a TV show I can't remember now, and then I went to bed. I did not think about Laurel Street. The second thing that happened about 10 days later, it's a little bit harder to explain away. I was driving to my friend Dee's apartment in West Hartford on a Saturday afternoon. Deidre technically, though she would look at you with cold contempt if you ever called her that. She'd been my friend since college, a tall, perpetually sardonic woman who worked in hospital administration and coped with the existential weight of that by maintaining an extremely strong opinion about everything, and she had a wine collection organized by country of origin. She'd moved to West Hartford in the summer and had been intermittently annoyed that I hadn't come over more. I knew the way to these. I'd been there twice already since she moved, but the route involved a stretch of unfamiliar side streets near a complex that I always managed to second guess. So I plugged her address into the GPS, into the old Navigon, the fossil, mostly out of laziness. It routed me normally for the first 15 minutes. I merged onto I-84, took the exit, turned onto New Britain Avenue. The voice narrated its measured, funereal way, and I followed along. Then instead of directing me toward D Street, it said, "In 800 feet, take the exit for Flatbush Avenue." I did not take the exit for Flatbush Avenue, so it recalculated, brought me back toward the highway. It tried again to redirect me, but I kept going toward D's. I knew where I was going, I just needed the last two turns and I could figure those out from memory. The GPS kept insisting on Flatbush. The voice didn't get any louder or more insistent. It remained exactly measured and unhurried as always, but it kept coming every 30 seconds or so, a new instruction pulling me in the opposite direction. Turn left on Flatbush Avenue. Turn left on Flatbush Avenue. Turn left on... I turned the volume all the way off. I found D's building from memory, got the last turn wrong but circled the block, arrived 11 minutes late. "You look weird," Dee said, handing me a glass of Côte de Rhône. "I'm fine," I said. "You have a face that you're making when you're trying not to think about something." "Well, I have this GPS that's acting kind of strange." She was interested in it, but in a low-grade way that she was interested in most things, which meant that she asked about 2 or 3 pointed questions, and then she formed a full theory. "Well, old hardware does that," The firmware is probably corrupted, or it's trying to route you around traffic, and the traffic data is from 2014, so it's routing you around the traffic jam that just doesn't exist anymore. She paused. Or it's haunted. Thanks, Dee. I'm not joking, people die in cars all the time. The previous owner's a ghost, she lives in that GPS, she's trying to take you somewhere. She sipped her wine with the sincerity of someone who just said something extremely reasonable. Have you thought about Googling it? I had not Googled it. Google it! So I Googled Navigon 7100, giving wrong directions, and I found a forum thread from 2016 in which a man named DriveSafe_Terry had described a similar issue. The GPS rerouted him to locations he hadn't programmed. Several people had responded with variations of updates and maps, reset to factory settings. The map update had cost about $49 in 2016, but the service was almost certainly discontinued by now. The factory reset option was in the settings menu. I did the factory reset that night when I got home. The GPS rebooted, displayed the blue globe, played the 3 ascending chimes, and showed me the map. Everything was just fine for another week. I want to tell you something about the stretch of road where the third thing happened, because I think geography matters in stories like this. Not in a mystical way, not because I believe certain places are inherently cursed or significant, but because places have texture. They have a feeling, and the texture of a place shapes your perception of what happens in it. Route 44 heading east out of Avon runs through a stretch of Connecticut that has the quality of somewhere that is simultaneously very beautiful, very old, and very empty. But not empty in the way of the Midwest, where emptiness is kind of the point, where the landscape announces itself as negative space, but empty in the way of New England, which is to say that trees come right up to the road, hills roll in close, and the sky is narrow overhead, and you have that persistent sensation that there is something just beyond what you can see that's been there for a very long time, and does not especially care whether you or anyone else is there or not. It was a Thursday evening. It was the first week of December. I was driving home from a work event, a holiday party at a coworker's house in Simsbury, kind of party where you arrive thinking you'll stay an hour and then stay 2.5 because there's always something keeping you from the door. Another conversation, another drink, someone's bringing out cheese that requires a moment of serious appreciation. I left at 8:30, slightly wine warm, running through the calculation of whether I was okay to drive. I was. Only 2 glasses over 3 hours. I had some food. Looking forward to the particular comfort of the old, cold car heating up. I put Dee's address into the GPS by accident. I've been texting her about the party and her address was the first in the recent destinations list. My thumb hit it without thinking. I caught the error before I'd pulled out of my coworker's driveway and I went into the menu to change it, but the Navigon's menu navigation is a specific kind of hell. Nested screens, tiny buttons, a touchscreen that sometimes registers your press, sometimes decides it has better things to do. And after 30 seconds of jabbing at it, I just gave up, decided to ignore it, and drive home from memory. I knew the route. Simsbury to Hartford is simple. Get on Route 44, take that east, run into 218, pick up I-84, 40 minutes flat, no big deal. The Navigon started directing me correctly. Down the residential street, right turn, Route 44 east. I wasn't following, I was just letting it talk while I drove and thought about the party and the cheese and the conversation I'd had with a senior colleague about a project that might get reassigned. In 1 mile, take the exit for Route 10 South, the voice said. Route 10 South was not toward Dee's apartment. Route 10 South was away from Hartford, away from Dee, away from anywhere I wanted to go. I ignored it. In 1/2 mile, take the exit for Route 10 South. I stayed in the center lane. Take the exit for Route 10 South. I drove past the exit, recalculating. And then the screen changed. I didn't see it immediately because I was watching the road, but something in my peripheral vision flagged it. A shift in the quality of the light from the center console, a change in color temperature. The GPS's usual blue and gray map display had been replaced by something else. A gray, grainy, low-contrast image. A video. I did not reach over to look at it directly for another 40 seconds because I was driving, and because some part of me, some part that already knew, that had already processed what the peripheral vision had delivered, was not ready to look directly. I kept both hands on the wheel. I watched the road. I breathed in deeply. Then I glanced at the video. It was me. It was me sitting in the driver's seat of the Civic, shot from somewhere above and slightly behind me, not from behind the head seat, from the headrest, not from the ceiling, from somewhere that shouldn't have been possible in the interior of a car. The angle was maybe 30 degrees above the horizon, looking down at the driver's side. The image was gray and grainy the way security camera footage is gray and grainy, with the characteristic compression artifact quality, the slight blockiness in darker areas. And I could see my own hands on the steering wheel. I could see the side of my own face in profile lit by headlights from oncoming traffic. I watched myself drive. The image was live. I could tell because when I turned my head to look at the screen, I watched on the screen my own head turn. I watched my own eyes widen. I looked back at the road, back to the screen. I watched my own head turn back to the road again. I said out loud to no one, "What?" The voice said with perfect composure, "Recalculating. In 800 feet, turn right on Simsbury Road, then turn right on Route 10 South." I did not turn. I kept going on Route 44, headed east. My hands were gripping the steering wheel too hard. I could feel the effort in my forearms, the specific ache of overcorrection. And I was telling myself very firmly and very quietly in the inside of my own head that this was a glitch. Old screens sometimes display garbage data. There were cameras built in the newer cars for safety systems. But this was a 2009 Civic. There was no camera. There was no camera. There was not a camera because the technology wasn't in this car. Turn right on Simsbury Road. I did not turn right on Simsbury Road. Yet the image on the screen persisted. I watched myself not turn. I watched my own profile from an impossible angle as Route 44 went past, and it had the extremely specific and horrible sensation of being watched by something that was using my own face to watch me. 3 minutes later, when I was firmly on I-84 heading east toward Hartford, and the GPS had run out of alternative routes to try, the screen went back to the map. The blue arrow moved east steadily toward home. The voice said nothing. I said nothing. I drove. The thing about a terrifying experience in a car is that the car keeps on moving. This sounds obvious, but it has a particular psychological quality that differentiates it from being terrified in a stationary place. When you're frightened in your apartment, you can stop. You can stand very still and let the fear happen to you and just wait for it to end. When you're frightened in a car on the highway, you gotta keep driving. You have to signal, you have to check mirrors, you have to maintain your speed, stay in your lane. And so the fear has to happen to you while you continue to perform complex physical and cognitive tasks, which means it's happening in a compartment, in a box you've hastily constructed, and you're managing it rather than experiencing it, and it makes it feel both less and more real all at the same time. I got home, I parked. I sat in the Civic in my parking spot with the engine off for approximately 7 minutes. I know it was 7 minutes because I watched the clock on the dashboard move from 9:14 to 9:21. The GPS screen was dark. I went over everything I knew very carefully, like I was filing something away. 1. The Navigon had tried to route me off of Route 44 and onto Route 10 South. 2. When I refused, the screen had displayed a live video feed of me from an angle that required a camera positioned in an impossible location. 3. When I got on I-84 and was definitely not going where the GPS wanted me to go, The video had ended and the map had returned. I could find an explanation for some of that. Old software has bugs, old screens have display glitches, old firmware, corrupted storage, a dozen technical explanations exist for a screen doing something unexpected. But what I could not find an explanation for, what I just couldn't make fit, was the fact that the image had been live. I had watched my own head turn in real time. I'd watched my own face react to what I was seeing. There had been footage of me from inside my car from an angle that did not correspond to any camera that existed. I turned the GPS on. The blue globe, 3 chimes, the map. The map showed my blue arrow in the parking lot. Surrounding streets were labeled. The CVS that had closed years ago was still labeled a CVS. The GPS had no way of contacting anyone. It was a 2009 standalone unit with no cellular connection, no Wi-Fi capability. It received GPS satellite signal to locate itself. It could not transmit. It could not, in theory, receive a video feed from an external source. In theory. I took my phone out from my bag and opened Google Maps. I typed in the intersection of Simsbury Road and Route 10. Google Maps showed me a 2-lane road heading south through Simsbury into Canton. There was nothing remarkable about it. I typed in Route 10 South, Simsbury, Connecticut, unusual news. I got results about road construction, a town council meeting about traffic signals, a piece from the Hartford Courant about a new development going in the near Canton border. Nothing really. I typed in Simsbury Road, Route 10 South, incident. Nothing. I put my phone in my pocket and went inside. Ptolemy was sitting on the Murphy bed with the expression he always wore, which was the expression of a cat who had made peace with the fact that his living situation was not ideal and he was enduring it with dignity. I sat next to him. He allowed this. "Something is wrong with the car," I said. Ptolemy blinked. "I'm going to sell it," I said. Ptolemy blinked again. We both understood that I wasn't going to sell it, that I had a car loan now, even though it was a small one, that I needed the car for work, and also that some other part of me, the part I hadn't yet admitted to myself, was already asking questions that I wouldn't be able to stop asking. And selling the car wouldn't be the answer. I googled Navigon 7100 display glitch video feed. I got a Reddit thread from 2015. The title was, "My car's GPS showed me a picture of the road ahead. Is this a feature?" The responses explained that some GPS units had a front camera integration mode for use with aftermarket dash cams. If the firmware detected a connected camera, it would display the feed. The Navigon 7100 apparently did have this capability. I had no dash cam. I had not installed a dash cam. I clicked deeper into the thread. Someone had replied to the original post with a follow-up question. Did it show you the road ahead or was it looking back at you? The original poster had replied, "Road ahead, why?" The reply back, "No reason." The account that had posted the reply was deleted. I put my phone face down on the bed. I lay on my back and looked at the ceiling and thought very carefully about Route 10 South and what was on Route 10 South and why an 11-year-old GPS with corrupted firmware might have wanted me to go there. I called my mother the next morning, not because I was going to tell her what had happened. I wasn't. My mother responds to unusual information by immediately finding the worst possible interpretation and then constructing a detailed emotional architecture around it. But because talking to my mother in the morning, it's that specific kind of mundane thing that I needed to do. She talked for 25 minutes about her book club, the new neighbor's dog, a recipe she'd found for a winter squash soup, and whether my brother was going to come home for Christmas. And I just sat there and said, in all the right places. And by the end of the call, I felt substantially more like a normal person who was living a normal life. Then I got in the car and drove to work. The GPS started up, the globe, the chimes, the map. I watched it boot because I was watching it now in a way I hadn't been before. The loading screen looked the same, the map looked the same. My blue arrow was in the parking lot pointing south. I drove to work. The GPS was quiet. I hadn't entered a destination. I took the route I always took. The blue arrow moved along the familiar streets and nothing happened. I told myself, in the sensible light of a winter morning, I'd seen a glitch. Stressed eyes see things. I'd had 2 glasses of wine and driven 40 minutes in a cold night, seen something on the screen in peripheral vision, and my brain, which is built into pattern recognition, sometimes it runs a little too hot, and it had assembled it into something more coherent and more alarming than what was actually there. I believed that for approximately 4 days. On the 4th day, something happened again. This time I was in broad daylight, stone cold sober, 10:15 on a Sunday morning, driving from my apartment to the grocery store. I hadn't entered a destination. The grocery store was 4 blocks away. I pulled out of my parking spot going north on Asylum when the GPS said, "In 200 feet, turn left on Laurel Street." Laurel Street again. I noticed the hitch in my breathing. I noticed my hands tightening. I kept going north. Recalculating. I turned into the grocery store parking lot, parked, turned off the car, sat there. The screen was black. The GPS had turned off with the engine. I went and brought groceries. I came back. I put them in the trunk, got in the driver's seat, and before starting the engine, I sat there and looked at the GPS, and I said out loud in my most level voice, "What is on Laurel Street?" Silence. The screen was dark. I started the engine, the GPS booted. I didn't go home. I typed in the address manually. Laurel Street. Without a number, just a street name. The GPS didn't know what to do with this. It wanted a house number, and after a moment it displayed a list of partial matches, and I selected Laurel Street, Hartford, and it plotted a route. In 400 feet, turn left on Asylum Avenue. I turned left on Asylum. It took me to Laurel Street in 4 minutes. Laurel Street was a residential road 2 blocks long, lined with older multifamily houses, the kind of densely settled Hartford street where every house has a different window style, and a small porch and a chain link fence around a yard that's more ambitious than grass. Trees that had lost their leaves, their branches making the specific winter pattern against the sky that looked like cracked glass. 2 cars parked on the right side, no people. I drove down it slowly. I was not sure what I was looking for. I was not sure if I was looking for anything. Maybe I just wanted to see it was ordinary. There was nothing there. That the GPS had been trying to route me to a street in Hartford the way GPSs sometimes do when their data is corrupted and they're pattern matching against an address that no longer makes sense. There was a house on the left side toward the end of the block. Had a fire truck in front of it. Not a truck with lights and sirens. A truck that had been there long enough to have turned off its lights. There were 2 firefighters in the front yard talking to a woman in a coat. And there was a char mark above one of the second-story windows. The specific black lick of smoke damage where a fire has pushed through glass. I didn't stop. I drove to the end of the block, turned right, and went home. I put my groceries away, sat down at my kitchen table. Ptolemy jumped up and sat next to me. There had been a fire on Laurel Street, a small one. The house was still standing. The firefighters were calm. The woman was talking rather than crying, but a fire. The GPS had been trying to take me to a fire. I sat with that for a while. The easy explanation was coincidence. Laurel Street was 2 miles long, hundreds of homes on it. Fires happen. There's no reason to connect the GPS's direction with the specific event occurring there, except the GPS had tried to take me to Laurel Street twice. 3 weeks ago and this morning. And then this morning when I arrived there was a fire. The other easy explanation was that I was contriving a narrative, that I was a person who had experienced a frightening thing on a dark road at night and whose brain was now performing the very human operation of finding patterns, connecting dots that had no business being connected, building meaning out of coincidence the way people always do, the way we're all built to do. I opened my laptop. I searched House Fire, Laurel Street, Hartford, December 2024. There was a local news item. Small fire, second floor of a multifamily home, started by an unattended candle. No injuries. Fire department responded at 9:43 a.m. I'd left my apartment at 10:05. The GPS had told me to turn left on Laurel Street before I'd passed the intersection. The fire had already been happening. I thought about Route 10 South, the route the GPS had tried to get me onto 2 weeks ago on the dark stretch of Route 44. I opened a new browser tab and searched. Route 10, South Simsbury, Canton, Connecticut. Incident news, November, December 2024. The third result was from the Simsbury Patch, dated the evening of the night I had been on Route 44. The headline was multi-vehicle accident closes southbound Route 10 near Canton Line. A 3-car accident had occurred at 8:52 p.m. I'd been on Route 44 at approximately 8:45. Route 10 South from Simsbury Road intersection would have taken me directly to that accident. The GPS had been trying to take me to the accident. I closed my laptop. I sat in my kitchen for a long time. Ptolemy sat next to me and for once looked at me directly with his round orange eyes, and I had the absurd thought, he knew something. He always knows something, and if I could explain it to him what was happening, he would nod and say, yes, obviously, I've been waiting for you to figure this out. Okay, I said out loud to the cat, to the kitchen, to whatever was listening. Okay, the GPS takes me to places where things are happening, to anomalies, to incidents. I paused. Why? Ptolemy blinked. And the camera. What is the deal with the camera? I knew what the camera meant. I'd known since the night on Route 44, known in the way you know things you don't want to know, known in the layer below the layer where you keep your reasonable explanations. The camera was a message. Follow the route, the camera said. Go where I'm sending you. And if you don't, if you choose your own path over mine, then I want you to know that I can see you. I'm watching you from somewhere you cannot locate, from an angle that should not exist, and I want you to understand that watching has always been happening, that it was happening before you bought the car, and it will continue whether you comply or not. The camera was not surveillance. The camera was a threat. I picked up my phone. I almost called Dee. I put the phone back down. Dee would apply her hospital administrator brain to this, which was a brain that dealt in facts and protocols and established procedures, and what I was dealing with was none of those things. Dee would fit the most efficient path to a reasonable explanation, and she would follow it completely, and she would miss the part that was not reasonable. I thought about calling my mother. I thought about that for about 3 seconds, and I dismissed it. I thought about posting something online, a Reddit forum. My GPS is sending me to accidents and fires, and here's what I know. Has anyone else experienced this? But I thought about the deleted account in the 2015 thread, the one that had asked, was it looking back at you, and then vanished. Felt something cold move through me. That was not quite fear, not quite certainty, and was, I think, a specific emotional register of understanding that something is more serious than you've been treating it. I got up. I put on my coat and I went down to the parking lot. The Civic was in its spot, silver going gray in the winter, in the afternoon light. The cracked mirror housing with its electrical tape, the dent above the rear wheel well. I opened the driver's door and leaned in and looked at the GPS. The screen was off. It was dark. I looked at it for a long time. I looked at the case, the seams, the bezel around the screen. I looked at the top of the unit where it met the dash. I got my phone out, turned on the flashlight, and looked at every edge and corner. I was looking for a camera lens, but I didn't find one. That's the thing I've learned about looking for things you're afraid to find. Not finding them is not the same as them not being there. I got back out of the car. I stood in the parking lot in the December cold, and I looked at the Civic and I said very quietly to the car or the GPS or whatever is in one of both of them, "Okay, I'm listening." Behind me, a bus went past on Asylum Avenue. A door somewhere in the building above me opened and closed. The bare trees at the edge of the parking lot moved in a small wind. I didn't know then what I was listening to. I didn't know what the GPS was or what it wanted, who had built it or programmed it, or whether the word programmed even made sense for whatever this was. I didn't know what the anomalies meant, or what I was supposed to do when I got to them, or why me, why this car, why now? But I found out. Eventually, I found out most of it. I wish with a clarity that is not diminished in the months since, that I hadn't. This is the Dead Reckoning Part 2, the language of incident scenes. There is a specific kind of decision that doesn't feel like a decision when you're making it. It feels like inevitability dressed in the clothes of choice. You tell yourself you're choosing, you go through the motions of weighing and considering, but the truth is that somewhere below the level of deliberate thought, the conclusion has already been reached, the path already selected, and what you're doing in the moment of apparent decision is just catching up to yourself. I decided to follow the GPS the way I decided to buy the car, the way you decide on a Tuesday in October that something will do. It took me until mid-December to do it consciously, by which point I had, without fully acknowledging it, been preparing. I'd been paying attention to the pattern. I'd been keeping a document on my phone, a plain notes app, nothing dramatic, just dates and observations that I now opened and read back to myself in the order I'd written them. November 12th. GPS told me to turn onto Laurel Street. No destination entered. Didn't go. No camera. November 22nd. GPS tried to reroute me to Flatbush Avenue on way to D's. Turn volume off. No camera. November 28th. Route 44 nighttime. GPS tried to send me to Route 10 South. Refused. Camera appeared. Lasted approximately 3 minutes until I was on 84. December 3rd. Sunday morning grocery store. GPS said Laurel Street again. Went. Fire on Laurel Street already in progress. December 7th. Route 10 South. Accident confirmed. 8:52 p.m. same night. My Route 44 drive was 8:45. December 9th. Nothing. GPS. Normal. December 11th. Nothing. December 14th. GPS tried to send me to Albany Avenue instead of my office. Didn't go. Camera for 90 seconds. Checked Albany Avenue on news. Nothing. That last entry was interesting. The Albany Avenue one. I checked the news and didn't find anything, but I hadn't gone there. Maybe the thing, the anomaly, the incident, whatever word I was using in the private vocabulary I developed for this, hadn't yet happened. Maybe it had happened and hadn't been newsworthy enough for coverage, or maybe the pattern wasn't as clean as I was trying to make it, and some of the GPS's misdirections were noise rather than signal, and I was a person sitting alone in the kitchen trying to find the signal. The camera, though. The camera was not noise. The camera was a message, and the message was consistent. I see you. When you don't follow, I show you that I see you. The camera had appeared twice on Route 44 when I definitively refused to turn, and on Albany Avenue when I passed the suggested turn and kept going. It had not appeared on the occasions when I'd simply turned the volume off, or when the initial direction had been casual and I'd ignored it without fully processing the refusal. The camera appeared when I was deliberate about not going, as though whatever was in the GPS could tell the difference between oblivious non-compliance and willful refusal. This thought lived in my head for a week before I was ready to say it plainly, even to myself. This GPS was not malfunctioning. The GPS was trying to communicate with me in the only language it had, direction. And when I didn't respond, it resorted to the only other thing it could do, which was demonstrate that the relationship between us was not one of my choosing, that I was in it whether I'd agreed to be or not. I'd bought the car, I'd taken the car with the GPS. These were my choices. Everything after was apparently non-negotiable. The Saturday I decided to follow the GPS deliberately. I woke up at 7:15 and lay in bed for a while listening to the sounds of the building, the pipes, the upstairs neighbor's TV, the specific creak of the third step on the main staircase that I'd come to use as an alarm clock. And I thought about what I was planning to do, whether or not it was a good idea. It was not a good idea. I knew this the way you know things that you've turned over enough times to see all the angles. Following an anomalous GPS to unknown locations. Locations where, by my own documentation, accidents and fires were occurring. This was not a reasonable response to the situation. The reasonable response was sell the car, buy a different car, use the phone GPS like a normal person, and get on with my life. But I kept coming back to the deleted account. The one that had asked if it was looking back at you. Someone else had experienced this. Someone had been where I was, sitting in front of a screen, looking at the GPS that was doing something that I couldn't do, and asked the right question, and then they disappeared. I didn't know what disappeared meant in this context. The account was deleted. That's all I knew. People deleted accounts all the time, but the question had been asked, which meant someone had known to ask it, which meant someone had been in the car when the screen looked back at them. And I wanted more than I wanted comfort, more than I wanted something reasonable. I wanted to know what they'd found out. I got up, I fed Ptolemy, I made coffee, and drank it standing at the kitchen window looking at the parking lot where the Civic sat in the early gray December light. Patient, silver, saying nothing. I got dressed, I put on layers. It's going to be cold. I put in my phone in my coat pocket in my wallet. I took out a water bottle, granola bar, because I didn't know how long I was going to be driving. And I had enough of my mother's practicality in me to know that things go badly faster when you're also hungry. I went down to the car. I sat in the driver's seat and started the engine and waited for the GPS to boot. The globe, the chimes, the map. I sat there with the engine running, the heater starting to push warm air. I said, "Okay, I'm going to follow you wherever you want me to go." I felt stupid saying it out loud. I also felt that it was necessary. That if whatever was in the GPS could tell the difference between oblivious and deliberate, it can also tell the difference between following directions and agreeing to follow directions. I wanted to signal clearly I was choosing this. I was a participant and not just a vehicle. The GPS did nothing for a moment. The blue arrow sat in the parking lot. Then the voice said, "In 300 feet, turn right on Asylum Avenue." So I turned right on Asylum Avenue. It took me to the river. Not the Connecticut River, the Park River, which runs underground through most of Hartford but services in Colt Park, a stretch of green on the city's south side that in summer has baseball diamonds and picnic areas and families. And in December, it has dead grass and bare trees and a quality of abandonment that isn't quite desolate, but it's in that neighborhood. The GPS brought me along New Park Avenue and then south on Brookfield. And when it said to turn left on Westerfield Avenue and then turn right on Colt Street and a park appeared on my left, I slowed down. I followed the access road that ran along the western edge. It directed me to a parking lot near the river. There was another car in the lot, a white Subaru Forester with a cracked taillight, running. I pulled in 2 spaces away and turned off my engine and sat down. The river was visible through the trees, dark and low, moving with that particular winter quietness of water that had slowed down. The park was empty. The sky was white, the uniform textureless white of a day when snow is possible but hasn't committed. The GPS chimed, "You have arrived at your destination." I looked around at the park, at the river, at the Subaru. There was a person in the Subaru. I could see the shape of a head above the driver's seat headrest. I sat for a minute, running through the reasons not to approach a stranger in a car in an empty park in the winter. These were good reasons, numerous, and I acknowledged them. But then I got out of the Civic. The cold hit me immediately. The specific cold of being near water, which is a few degrees worse than the same temperature away from the water. Something about moisture and wind chill that physics can explain, and that the body registers as cold being personal, as though the cold has identified you specifically. I pulled my coat tighter and walked toward the Subaru. As I got close, the driver's window came down about 4 inches. It's a reasonable precaution, and I respected it. The person in the Subaru was a man, maybe 40, maybe 45. He had a beard growing more gray than brown and dark circles under his eyes, the kind that speak to a duration rather than a single bad night. He was wearing a heavy canvas work jacket, holding a paper coffee cup with both hands, and he was looking at me with an expression that I would describe as exhausted recognition, the look of someone who'd been expecting something and was not surprised when it arrived, but was not happy about that either. "Navigon?" he said. The word hit me like a physical object. "What?" "Your GPS, is it a Navigon?" I stared at him for a moment. 7100, I said. He closed his eyes briefly. He took a sip of his coffee and opened his eyes. "What year's your car?" "It's a 2009 Civic. Why, what's yours?" "It's 2008 Accord. I've had mine for about 3 years. He said this the way someone says something that they've said many times in their head but never out loud. "Name's Ray Gutierrez. I'm a plumber from Meridian. I don't have an explanation for any of this. I've tried to get rid of this car twice." "You've tried to get rid of it?" "First time I listed it for sale, the GPS turned on by itself in the middle of the night. I live in an apartment complex and my car was in the lot. I was asleep. My neighbor knocked on my door at 2 in the morning to tell my car's screen was lit up and it looked weird. He thought maybe my battery was dying. I went down. The screen was showing." He stopped and he took another sip of coffee. "I know what the camera looks like," I said. The cold was very specific now, very close. "So your camera, it was on?" "Well, from a different angle than usual. From outside the car looking through the windshield." He paused. "I took the listing down." "What was the second time?" "I sold it. Found the buyer, did the paperwork. He drove it off the lot." Ray looked out the windshield at the river. "He called me 2 days later and he said the GPS won't stop trying to take him back to my address. He thought it was a defect. I refunded him and he gave me the car back." Another pause. "I didn't argue about it." I leaned against the side of the Subaru, which was something I would not normally do, leaning on a stranger's car. But my legs made a small independent decision, and I was honoring it. "So the GPS sent you here?" "Yeah, the GPS sent me here. Why?" He looked at me. "I don't know why it does this thing. It just does it sometimes. It sends me to a location. There's another car with a Navigon, I think." He stopped again. I could see him weighing something, deciding how much of a true answer to give, and I recognized this. It was the same calculation I'd watched Phil Kolowski make in the car 2 months ago. "You know, I think it's trying to get us to talk to each other, like it has information to distribute. And this is how it distributes it. In person, one-on-one." "Why in person?" "Because it can't transmit. It can't send us messages. It can't email us. It's got no cellular connection, no Wi-Fi. It receives GPS signals and that's it. So it routes us. It uses directions to get us where it wants us." He was quiet for a moment. "I've been in this lot twice before. Once I found a woman from New Haven who had her Navigon for 6 months. She was completely spooked. I gave her everything I knew and I drove away. I haven't heard from her since." He said it without inflection, and I couldn't tell whether or not hearing from her again was a relief or a worry. I made a note to ask about it later. The other time I was here alone. Sat for about an hour, then I drove home. Either the other person didn't come, or they came and saw me and decided not to get out of their car. How many of us are there? He shook his head, a small motion. I don't know. I've met 4 maybe in 3 years, including you. I thought about that. 4 people with old Navigon units. 4 people whose cars had been doing what mine are doing. Do we all live here in Connecticut? Well, everyone I met's within about 2 hours of Hartford. I don't know if that's because of the Navigon covering this area. It's limited to this region, or because I'm the only one who the GPS it brings me to others who have it. I pulled my coat tighter. The cold was relentless. Will you get out of the car? He looked at me for a moment, then something shifted in his expression. A small, surprised movement. Like a person who's been holding themselves very still for a long time, who's just been given permission to stop. He got out of the car. He was taller than I expected. The dark circles were even more pronounced without the window between us. He extended a hand and I shook it. Ainsley Carter, I said. So tell me, how long have you had it? I told him about Laurel Street, told him about the fire and Route 10 South and the accident, the Albany Avenue directions. They'd left at nothing that I could find, and I told him about the camera, what it felt like to see my own face on the screen, the angle that shouldn't have been possible. He listened to me without interrupting, which was a quality I noticed and appreciated. Quality of someone who'd done this before and understood that you needed to get the whole thing out before any of it made sense. When I finished, he said, the Albany Avenue one might have been a near miss. Something that was about to happen, but then it didn't. What do you mean? Well, the GPS only routes us to things that are already happening. Sometimes it routes us to things that are going to happen, maybe in the next hour or two. The timing is... He paused, searching for precision. Approximate. Imprecise, even. Like it's picking up a signal, and the signal has some static in it. Picking up a signal from where? He shook his head again. Same small motion. This is where I stopped being able to have all the answers. It's where I've been stuck for about 2.5 years now. We stood in the cold by the river, and I let this settle. A bird crossed the white sky above us, some dark shape moving south, gone before I could identify it. The river made no sound. The camera, I said. Do you know what it is? Ray Gutierrez looked at me with those exhausted eyes, and for a moment I thought he was going to tell me something that would rearrange everything, some technical explanation, some piece of knowledge he uncovered in 3 years of living with this. Then he said, I think the camera is the only other thing it can do. It routes us when it wants to direct us, and it shows us footage when it wants to remind us we don't have a choice. He was quiet for a moment. I think there's a difference in having no choice in the sense of being compelled, and having no choice in the sense of not wanting to choose otherwise. What do you mean? I mean, I've been to a lot of places it sends me, and some of them, He stopped again. This time the stopping was different, heavier, like he'd run up against something he was still deciding to describe. Some of them, if I'd been there, if I'd stayed in my original route and not followed the GPS, I think the outcome would have been different. Different how? He looked at the river. I was in Bristol about 8 months ago, back in October. It sent me to a residential street, a cul-de-sac. Nothing happening when I got there. I sat in my car for maybe 10 minutes, and then this kid, maybe 8-9-year-old kid, he came out his front porch, running into the street without looking. There was this delivery truck coming around the corner. It was absolutely not going to stop in time. He paused. I leaned on my horn. Truck driver, he heard it. He hit his brakes. The kid stopped at the edge of his driveway, only about 4 feet. He said this without drama, without the kind of emphasis you'd expect from someone describing a moment that prevented a child's death. He said it in a way you say things you've turned over so many times, the original event has gone smooth like sea glass. That's what happens sometimes. The GPS puts you in position, and whatever happens next, that's up to you to decide. We talked for about an hour and 20 minutes in the cold by Park River. Ray Gutierrez had bought his Accord from a private seller in Wallingford. The seller, a man named Dennis, who Ray described as unremarkable in every dimension, he'd priced the car below market value and been strangely curious about who was buying it. The Navigon had been factory installed, same as mine. The car had been otherwise normal. Ray had not experienced anything unusual for the first 2 months of ownership. His first anomaly had been a gas leak, a house in Meridian, on his way to a job. The GPS had rerouted him past a house where a family was in the front yard, mother, 2 kids, a dog. The smell of gas was strong enough that his car windows, with even rolled up, he could notice them as he slowly drove past, obeying the speed limit out of some instinct he couldn't explain. He'd stopped, he'd gotten out. He'd asked the family if they smelled it, and they hadn't. They'd been outside, the wind was away from them. He called the fire department. The gas main in the basement of the house had been leaking for what the firefighter estimated was approximately 4 hours. Nobody would have been home for another 6 hours, Ray said. The father worked evenings, the mother was just going to go back inside and start dinner. He'd driven away before anyone could thank him, ask him any questions, establish any kind of record of his presence. Why would you do that? I asked. Well, because I didn't know what to say. My GPS made me drive past your house? He shook his head. Also because the GPS was already recalculating when the fire truck was still pulling up. It wanted me to be moving again. And where did it want you to go next? Nowhere. It just routed me back to my job. I was a plumber, had a toilet to replace in Southington. The GPS took me there normally. Nothing strange happened for another 3 weeks. This matched my experience, the intervals. The GPS didn't route to anomalies every day. It was quiet most of the time. The incidents were punctuated by long stretches of normalcy, which Ray said he'd initially used to convince himself that everything was fine, that he'd imagined the patterns until the patterns reasserted themselves with enough force that the self-deception couldn't hold. Have you told anyone about this? I asked. My sister. She thought I was just burned out. I was going through something rough personally at the time, my divorce finalizing. She said gently that stress does things to your perception, and I was probably overtired, finding patterns in these coincidences. He said this without bitterness. She might have been right for the first few incidents, but then she wasn't. What changed her mind? He was quiet for a moment. The river moved. The car passed on Colt Street, its headlights briefly combing through the bare trees. I took her with me once. Drove her to a location the GPS had picked. There was a minor flooding situation in the basement. Neighbor had a pipe that burst and the water was moving toward the house next door. An elderly man lived there alone. We helped get the water under control until a plumber arrived. My sister didn't say anything for the rest of the drive home. He looked at me. She doesn't talk about it, but she doesn't think I'm overtired anymore. What do you think the Navigon is? I asked. In your 3 years with it, you've got to have a theory. He leaned against his car. This tall, tired man with his coffee gone cold in his hand. He thought for a moment in the way of someone who had formed a theory and tested it many times, was not fully satisfied with it, but has nothing better. I think someone built it, he said finally, or at least they adapted it. I don't think the standard Navigon 7100 does this. I've looked.
And whatever we have, it's not standard. I think someone took the hardware and did something to it. Upgraded the receiver maybe? Or added something to the receiver that isn't just about satellite signals.
He paused.
I think whatever it's picking up, it's doing it locally, within a certain radius. It's routing us back to the source.
What's the source?
I don't know. Something that produces a signal the receiver can detect. Something that happens at a location before the incidents occur.
He frowned.
I mean, think about it. A gas leak doesn't announce itself to a GPS satellite. A fire doesn't register with navigation software. Whatever this GPS is detecting, it's not detecting the incident itself. It's detecting some precursor, some condition that correlates with the incident.
Like what?
Well, that's what I don't know. I'm just a plumber. I'm not.
He gestured a small self-deprecating wave.
I understand systems I can see and touch. This is something I can't see and touch. My understanding of it is very limited.
I thought about this. Some precursor condition, something the GPS, the modified GPS at least, could receive and locate and route us toward. Is there anyone who could look at the hardware, maybe take the unit apart?
Oh, I've thought about that. For about a year, I've thought about it.
He looked at his coffee cup, then down at the ground.
That woman I mentioned, the one up in New Haven, she was an electrical engineer. She wanted to disassemble hers and look at the components. She's going to let me know what she found out.
And?
Well, she called me once to say she'd started the disassembly process and found something unexpected. She was going to keep going and call me back with more details. But, that was like 14 months ago. I haven't heard from her since.
The cold had settled into my hands and I pushed them into my coat pockets. You think something happened to her? It wasn't a question.
Oh, I think she's fine. I think she's fine and she stopped wanting to be in contact, which is a reasonable response to a situation like this. I respect that.
He said this with a particular conviction of a man who's told himself something so many times he almost believes it. Or the GPS didn't route her to minor incidents forever. You said it's taken you to things where your presence mattered. What happens if it takes you somewhere and it's not a stuck delivery truck? Ray Gutierrez looked at me for a moment. In that moment in the flat river light by the winter, I could see all 3 years of it in his face. The accumulation, the weight of it, the thing you carry when you're a person who knows something you cannot fully explain and cannot stop knowing.
I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot.
He didn't answer the question directly, but he didn't need to. Before we left the park, he gave me his phone number and I gave him mine. He told me 3 things that he'd learned that he considered non-negotiable truths. 1. The GPS routes us to incident sites before the incidents occur. Always. The window is anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 hours in advance. He'd never arrive after something was already over, though he'd arrive during events in progress like the Laurel Street fire. 2. The camera appears specifically when you refuse a route that you've been given twice or more. 1 refusal is ignored. 2 refusals trigger the camera. He tested it and confirmed it. Well, how do you make it stop? I asked.
You proceed to the destination, or you reach a point where the GPS determines you're too far away to be useful and just gives up. The camera runs until one of those 2 conditions is met.
3. He had no idea what happened when you arrive at the destination because he always arrived before the event. Sometimes nothing was happening when he got there and the GPS went quiet and he sat and waited for something to occur. Sometimes he could act. The boy, the gas leak. Sometimes he arrived and nothing happened at all and he drove home wondering if the GPS had been wrong or if his presence had somehow prevented whatever was going to happen, or if he was just sitting in a car on a random street accomplishing nothing. 3 years, I said, and you still don't know what it wants from you.
I know what it does. Whether that's the same as what it wants, I don't know if that's the right word, though. If that's the right word.
What word would you use? He thought for a moment.
function, maybe? I think the GPS has a function, and I think we're part of how that function performs. Whether anyone intended that, whether there's purpose behind the function, whether the function is... He stopped. I don't know. I don't know how these things work. I've stopped trying to know, mostly. He said mostly in a way that told me he hadn't stopped at all. I drove home from the park and sat in my apartment and thought for most of the afternoon. I thought about Ray and his 3 years, his divorce, his sister who wouldn't talk about it. I thought about the electrical engineer from New Haven whose name Ray either didn't know or hadn't given me. I thought about 4 people with Navigon 7100 units in Connecticut and how many more there might be outside Ray's geographic range, outside the incidents he'd been routed to. I thought about the camera and the angle it shot from, and Ray saying from the outside of the car, looking in through the windshield, his camera had been outside, mine had been inside, 2 different angles, the same impossible absence of a camera to produce them. I opened my notes app and added, December 15th, Colt Park, met Ray Gutierrez from Meridian, Navigon, Accord, 2008, 3 years, 4 others known to him, engineer from New Haven, no contact for 14 months. Key points. Precursor signal, not the incident itself. Camera triggers on second refusal. Window is 15 minutes to 2 hours before the event. I stared at the note. Engineer from New Haven, no contact for 14 months. I thought about someone who was an electrical engineer who had a Navigon, who had disassembled hers and found something unexpected, and who had then stopped returning calls. I thought about how I would find this person. I thought about whether I wanted to find her. Both of these thoughts ran alongside each other for a while without resolving, and I was still sitting with them when the GPS on the dashboard of the Civic powered on. I could see it from my kitchen window if I pressed close to the glass. The faint yellowish glow of the screen barely visible at this distance, the blue light of the map. The car was off, its engine was off. The GPS had no power source that I knew of when the car was off. I pressed my face closer to the glass. The screen was definitely on. I could see the blue glow of the map, the gray lines of the street. And I could see, or I thought I could see at this distance, through the 2 panes of glass across the parking lot, that the blue arrow that represented my car's positioning was moving, slowly, deliberately, in a direction that was not my parking lot, like someone tracing a route. I pulled back from the window and I sat down at the kitchen table. I looked at my hands for a moment and then I looked at Ptolemy, who was sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor, which was unusual. He preferred elevated surfaces, and he was looking toward the window with an alertness he did not ordinarily apply to anything that wasn't food. Don't, I said. To the cat? To the car? I don't know. I didn't go back to the window. 3 nights later on a Wednesday, the GPS woke me up. Now let me explain what I mean by this, because it sounds like something that should be impossible. The GPS is just a screen. You can't reach across a parking lot in a building, a closed apartment door, 15 foot of kitchen, and a Murphy bed, and shake a sleeping person awake, and yet I woke up at 2:17 a.m., which I know because I looked at my phone immediately upon waking the way I always do. The quick orientation check. Time, any messages, okay, back to sleep. I was not anxious. I'd not been dreaming anything I could remember. I was simply asleep and then I was awake, with a particular clarity of someone woken by something external rather than their own internal clock, that specific quality of what was that even when you haven't heard a what or a that. I lay still for a moment. The apartment was quiet. Ptolemy was not on the bed, which was unusual. I got up and went to the kitchen window. The GPS was on and the screen was bright in the dark parking lot, brighter than it should have been. The Navigon screen is not especially luminous, but at 2 in the morning in a dark lot, it's the only light. It drew the eye like a beacon. The map was displayed. My building was labeled. I could see this from the window at this hour, with no ambient light competing. And on the screen in the center where the blue arrow represented my car, where it should have been, there was instead a small red marker.
the kind of marker GPS units use for safe destinations. The red marker was not placed on my car. It was approximately 2 blocks north on Laurel Street. I was looking at this and understanding that the GPS with the engine off in the middle of the night was showing me a marked destination when my phone buzzed in my hand. It was a push notification from a local news app I downloaded and mostly forgotten about. Breaking news. Structure fire on Laurel Street, Hartford. Fire crews responding. Story developing. I looked at my phone. I looked at the parking lot. I looked back. I said out loud in the cold, dark kitchen, "I heard you." Ptolemy appeared from somewhere and sat beside me on the kitchen floor, and we both looked at the window at the light. The light pulsed once, a brief, brightening surge, like a screen waking from sleep, and then returned to its normal brightness. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep long. In the morning, I searched the fire. A 3-story multifamily home, kitchen fire, started around 2 a.m. and spread on the second floor before it was contained. 2 families displaced, but no deaths. 3 people were treated for smoke inhalation and all released. The address was a block and a half from where the GPS had placed the marker. I could have been there in 3 minutes. At 2:17 a.m., the fire was just starting, just beginning to move. I could have been there in 3 minutes and done what? I was not a firefighter. I had no equipment, no training. I had no capacity to fight a fire. What could I have done at a house fire at 2 in the morning that the fire department couldn't? I sat with this for a long time and I couldn't find the answer, but I also couldn't stop feeling that there was something. The GPS knew something I didn't. It had a reason for waking me specifically, for showing me the marker, for putting me in motion towards that house at that hour. There was something I'd been supposed to do, and I'd failed to do it. I called Ray the next morning. "Does it ever wake you up?" I asked.
Yeah,
Should I have gone?
I don't always goes when it wakes me. I mean, I can't be available 24 hours a day. I've got a job. He stopped. The first time it woke me and I didn't go, there was a car accident on my street in the morning. It was just minor. Nobody was hurt. I don't know if my presence would have changed anything.
And the times you do go? He was quiet for a moment.
There was a night back in August up in Waterbury. A man was having a cardiac event in his driveway at 2 in the morning. He'd come out to get something from his car and just collapsed. His wife was asleep. No one knew. I called 911 from my car, flagged down a passing vehicle to stay with him until the ambulance arrived.
Is he alive?
The paramedics said the response time window was critical. If I called, if it had only been like 20 minutes later, yes, he's alive.
We sat on the phone, both of us, with this. "I didn't go last night," I said.
I know. My device told me you didn't.
I absorbed this slowly. Wait, your GPS told you I didn't go? How?
It showed me a location and a route, and then it showed me that the route was canceled, like the destination had been removed. It does this when one of us is supposed to go and doesn't. I don't know how it knows. I don't know how it communicates between units.
You said it doesn't have connectivity.
Well, I said it receives GPS signal. I said I thought it had no connectivity, but I'm less certain of that now than I was a year ago.
I thought about this. A modified receiver. A signal it could pick up that wasn't satellite based. If it could receive, could it transmit? Not data, not video, but some narrow thing, some pulse, a confirmation that the destination had been reached or abandoned? "Ray," I said, "do you know how to find that electrical engineer from New Haven?"
I've got her first name, Claire. I've got the intersection where I met her, which was the same spot that we met at in Colt Park. I've got the make and model of her car. It was a 2007 Toyota Camry.
"That's enough," I said.
Ainsley, I haven't looked for her on purpose.
"I know."
Because if she's found, And she's fine. Maybe she doesn't want to be found. Maybe looking her is a violation of sorts. If she's not fine,
He stopped. Then we should know that. He was quiet for a long time, and then he said,
I'll send you everything I've got.
The text came through while I was at work the next day, the Hartford office, surrounded by the ordinary hum of an ordinary Thursday, keyboards, phone conversation across the room, someone's microwave lunch making the kitchen smell of something with too much sodium. I read it under my desk with the phone in my lap like a student hiding something from a teacher. Claire Ashworth, 2007 Toyota Camry, silver, Connecticut plates. Last met November 3rd, 2023, Colt Park. She said she had found secondary component in the Navigon housing, a separate piece of hardware not factory, not standard. Said it looked like it had been added after manufacture. She said she'd never seen anything like it. That was the last contact. I checked the obituaries, nothing. I checked LinkedIn, her profile's still active, last updated 18 months ago. I don't know what that means. I read it twice. A separate piece of hardware, not factory, not standard. Someone had modified the units, not the manufacturer. Someone had taken standard Navigon 7100 devices and they had added something to them. And then those units had ended up in specific cars, and those cars had found their way to specific buyers, and those buyers were now being routed to incident sites in the middle of Connecticut. I sat very still in my ergonomic desk chair in the West Hartford office, thought about Phil Kalowski, who had sold me this car, who had described the GPS voice as something in a way that suggested he'd spent time with it, and had said the previous owner was a retired school teacher from Simsbury without producing her name or any documentation connecting her to the car. I thought about the Carfax report being clean and how a Carfax is only as complete as once reported. I thought about Phil saying, "Yep," in the specific way of someone whose brain was doing something else. After work, I drove out to Route 9 and pulled into the gravel lot of Kalowski's pre-owned auto. The lot was open. There were 12 cars and 2 trucks arranged in their rows, small pennant flags between the light poles stirring in the December wind. The office was a small building with plate glass windows and yellow interior light. Phil's truck was parked out beside it. I went in. Phil was behind his desk reading something on a computer screen, still in the down vest. He looked up, and the warmth that spread across his face was the warmth of a man who's very good at warmth. It was real enough that I found myself wondering as I crossed the floor towards him whether I'd constructed something around an innocent person. "Miss Carter," he said. "Something wrong with that Civic?" "Well, I have a question about the GPS," I said. His face did the complicated thing again. The same thing it had done in October when I'd asked about the GPS in the first place. Not bad, not guilty, but complicated. The look of a man with more information than he's allocated to share. "Sit down," he said. His voice was different, quieter. The salesman warmth was dialed back. He pushed back his desk and looked at me with something that was not quite seriousness and not quite apology, and yet was both. "I was wondering when you'd come back," he said. The wind pushed at the plate glass window. The pennant flag tapped under their poles. "Tell me," I said. This is Dead Reckoning Part 3. The Man Who Sold the Cars. Phil Kalowski made coffee. This is a small detail, but I'm keeping it because it matters to the atmosphere of what followed. The specific incongruity of sitting in the used car lot office on a December evening with the pennant flags tapping at the windows and the smell of motor oil faint beneath the smell of cheap coffee brewing, listening to a man in a down vest tell me something that rearranged everything I thought I understood about what was happening to me. He made the coffee in a machine on a folding table behind his desk, the kind of machine that produces a single cup at a time and sounds like it's doing considerable work just to accomplish such a small task. He handed me a mug that said, "Kalowski's Pre-Owned. We treat you right." He sat down behind his desk chair, wrapped both hands around his own mug and looked at the surface of the coffee, and the way that people look at something when they're deciding where to begin.
How much do you know already?
He asked. Enough to come back, I said. He nodded. This seemed to satisfy something.
Well, I'm not going to tell you I'm sorry. I've thought about whether or not I should be sorry, and the honest answer is I don't know. So I don't know enough about what it does to know whether being sorry is the right response. Does that make sense?
Not yet.
It will.
He wiped his coffee.
I've been selling cars for 22 years. Bought this lot from a man named Gerald Fitch in 2009 who'd been running it since 1987. Gerald was a good businessman, a fair man. He died of a heart attack back in 2011, which was a loss on every level, personal, professional. He left the business to me in his will, which surprised me at the time and which I've had a lot of reason to think about since.
Why?
Well, because along with the business, he left me this storage unit in Newtonton with 17 Navigon 21 7100 units in it, and a letter.
He paused.
Letters explain what the units were, what I'm supposed to do with them.
The coffee machine finished its work and clicked into silence.
Gerald Fitch had been putting the units in the cars for about 2 years before he died,
Phil said.
He'd acquired the units from a man he referred to in the letters simply as Arsenault. He gave me a first name. I've never been able to find him. Gerald described him as an engineer, not electrical, he specified, which I always thought was kind of a strange distinction. A mechanical engineer, a man who understood systems, who built things, physical things.
What did Arsenault build? Phil set his mug down. He looked at me directly.
Gerald's letter described it as detection apparatus. Those are his words, detection apparatus. He didn't explain the technical specifics behind it because he didn't know what they were. He was a car salesman, not an engineer. What he knew was what they did. The modified units detect what Arsenault called threshold events.
I turned that phrase over in my mind. What does that mean?
Well, threshold event is best understood from what Gerald described and from what I've observed are events that are on the threshold of occurring. A point of cruciality, a situation about to cross from potential into actual. A fire about to start, a pipe about to burst, a car about to run a red light into a crowded intersection.
He looked at his coffee.
The apparatus in the Navigon detects the threshold condition of these events, something in the physics of a critical situation. Apparently, they produce a signal, electromagnetic, thermal, something the modified receiver can pick up within a certain range.
How large of a range?
Gerald said about 5 miles, is what Arsenault told him. I can't independently confirm any of that, though.
I thought about Hartford. A 5-mile radius, about how many threshold events might be occurring within 5 miles of any given location on any given day. Why does it route to them? Who decides the response was to send people? Phil was quiet for a moment.
Arsenault decided that. Or Arsenault designed a system in which the routing was the response, and I don't know if there was a human decision behind every element of design or some of it emerged from the design itself.
He paused.
Gerald's letter said that Arsenault believed the detention was useless without action, that knowing the threshold was approaching and doing nothing was worse than not knowing. He built the routing function because he believed the only ethical use of the detection was to put someone in a position to intervene.
To intervene, I repeated. But we don't always know what we're supposed to do when we get there. Ray, someone I know who has one of these, he's been arriving at locations for 3 years. Sometimes he can act and sometimes he just sits in his car and nothing seems to happen.
Gerald described this, Phil said. He said Arsenault was aware that the system was imprecise. It could detect the threshold but not the specific nature of the event. Therefore, it couldn't tell the driver what to do upon arrival. It could only put them there. The driver would have to determine the appropriate response.
Arsenault apparently had said. He stopped. I got a sense he was recalling language, specific words he'd committed to memory. He said, I can put a person in the right place. What they do when they're there, that's the part I can't build. The wind pushed at the windows again, harder this time. One of the pennant flags pulled loose at the end and began to flap irregularly against its pole, a small, persistent sound. And the camera? I said. Phil's expression shifted. For the first time I'd sat down, he'd looked not complicated, but really uncomfortable. Yeah. Gerald's letter didn't explain it fully. Arsenault apparently added the monitoring capability later, after that first generation of units had been in the field for some time. Gerald's letter said Arsenault told him it was a compliance mechanism. The system only functioned, only produced outcomes if the drivers followed the routes. If the drivers consistently refused, the system value went to zero. He needed a way to discourage refusal. So he built a camera that films people from impossible angles to frighten them. He built a monitoring mechanism that demonstrates the system's awareness of the driver. Phil said. There was a care in his phrasing. Told me he thought about how to say this. I'll tell you the truth, I don't fully understand the technical basis. Gerald's letter describes the output, the footage, but not the mechanism itself. Arsenault's explanation to Gerald was the monitoring capability was a neutral extension of the detection apparatus. Whatever the apparatus received, it could also, in a limited way, emit. Emit what? Well, a sensing field, something local, maybe low powered, but not a camera, not in the way you're imagining, not a lens that collects light, something else, something that constructs from an image from the space around the vehicle the way... He paused, searching for an analogy. I guess the way sonar constructs an image from sound. It's not seeing you in an optical sense, it's sensing you. And then it renders that sensing as video because video is the format the screen can display. I thought about that. A sensing field. Something that mapped the space around the car, something that could be emitted from a small modified unit and a dash-mounted GPS and that could resolve the interior of a vehicle in a coherent visual representation. That's not a technology I know of, I said. It's not a technology I know of either, Phil said. But I know that you've seen the footage. You know it exists. So one of us being unfamiliar with the mechanism, it doesn't change the fact that it exists. Then why does it show footage from outside the car sometimes, from external angles? Phil frowned. When does it do that? Well, someone I know saw the feed from outside his vehicle, looking in through the windshield at a much different angle than mine. I've only ever seen interior footage from above and behind. Phil was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Gerald's letter didn't address that. He paused. The units ain't all identical. Arsenault modified them over time. Different batches may have different capabilities. How many units did Gerald have? 17 in the storage unit when he left the business to me. I don't know how many he'd placed before then. I don't know how many Arsenault made in total. Gerald never said. I never really found out a way to ask him. 17 units. Gerald Fitch had started placing them and then died. Phil had inherited the project. Well, how many have you placed? 9, he said. 9 cars. 9 people driving around Connecticut with a modified GPS, routing them to threshold events. I paused. Does Arsenault know you've continued placing them? I don't know, Phil said. I've never made contact with him. I've only had Gerald's letters and what I've observed. What have you observed? He was quiet for a long moment. The loose pennant flag continued its irregular tapping. The office was warm in a way of room heated by small electric heaters, which is to say unevenly, warmer near the heater, cooler at the edges. I've been placing cars for 11 years, Phil said. I keep the records, not detailed. Nothing that would make sense to someone who didn't already know the context, but records nonetheless. Dates, buyers, makes, models. When the outcome of a threshold event has been documented publicly, I noted it. There have been 31 documented cases in 11 years of a buyer of one of my cars being in the vicinity of an emergency event at the time the event was either occurring or about to occur. 31. Of those, in 22 cases, I found evidence that the outcome was affected by the driver's persistence and by their presence. Positive outcomes that prevented escalations, early emergency response, interventions that appeared to have made a significant difference. He paused. In 7 cases, I didn't find an evidence of connection either way. And in 2 cases, he stopped. He picked up his coffee and held it. In 2 cases, he said, the driver was injured. The room was very quiet. How injured? Well, one was a minor injury, just a wrist fracture. Went in with a car accident and fell on the ice getting out of his vehicle. He made a full recovery. Phil set down his mug. Other was more serious. A woman in 2018. She was routed to a warehouse fire in East Hartford. She was there before the fire department. She went in. He paused. She survived, but she was in the hospital for about 6 weeks. 6 weeks. I let that sit. And you knew this was possible when you sold me the car. Yep, he said. We looked at each other across his desk. Does the person always go in alone? I asked. Or does the GPS sometimes route multiple drivers to the same event? Something crossed his face, a look of what I now recognize as the expression of someone who's hearing the right question for the first time. I don't know. I hadn't really thought of it that way. I know someone else with a unit. He told me he's met others who have them. He described a case where the GPS seemed to cancel a routing when another driver didn't show up, which suggests that the units are aware of one another. They're capable of coordinating. Phil stared at me. Gerald's letters didn't describe that. Maybe Arsenal added it, like the external monitoring capability. I paused. Or maybe Gerald knew and didn't include it in the letters because he didn't think it mattered, or because he didn't want you to think too carefully about the implications. What would the implications be? If the units can communicate with each other, they're not just detecting and routing, they're coordinating, distributing assignments. They're something like a network. I paused. A network of people who don't even know they're part of a network. Phil looked down at his desk. For the first time, he looked like a man who's been doing something he believed was right, and was encountering in real time the information that might require him to believe otherwise. I believed I was continuing something good, he said. I know. Gerald was a good man. The outcomes... I know, I said again. I'm not saying it isn't good. I'm saying it's also something else. Something bigger than Gerald's letters described, and I'd like to know what that is. I asked him for Gerald Fitch's letter. He gave it to me, a photocopy of the original. He said he'd been keeping the original in the fireproof safe since 2011. He wasn't going to give me that one, and I understood that. But the photocopy was fine. 3 pages handwritten, a loose forward-leaning script on plain white paper, dated October 2009, 2 years before Gerald Fitch died. I read it in the car in the lot, the engine running for heat, the GPS on, idle, quiet. Gerald Fitch's letter was the letter of a man trying to pass on a responsibility he'd accepted without fully understanding. It was the quality of instructions written by someone who had learned a procedure without knowing the underlying principles. The steps were clear, the reasons were approximate, the gaps were wide. He described meeting Arsenal at a trade event in 2006. Not a car industry event, but a general business expo in Springfield, Massachusetts. The kind of broad-net event draws people from a dozen industries and produces occasionally useful connections. more often a collection of business cards you find in a jacket pocket months later and can't place. Arsenault had a table there. Gerald described what Arsenault was ostensibly presenting at the table. He said only that the man had struck him as someone who'd come not to present, but to find a specific kind of person. The letter described Arsenault as tall, 50s, an accent Gerald couldn't quite place. Not obviously European, not obviously regional American, something that sat between those categories. He described him as precise in the way of someone who had spent a long time around machines, required precision, and a possessing of quality that he characterized as patiently urgent, the bearing of someone who'd been waiting for a long time and had become very good at waiting without losing the sense that the waiting was for something. Arsenault had explained the detention apparatus over the course of 2 meetings, the second of which was a dinner in Springfield that Gerald described as the strangest 3 hours of his professional life. He described the threshold event concept in terms that Gerald admitted he'd only partially followed, and which he rendered in the letter as best he could. Something about the physics of cruciality, about systems approaching failure, states producing measurable changes in local electromagnetic signatures, the gap between detection, the response that currently went unfiled because the existing infrastructure, emergency services, was reactive rather than predictive. He said, this was Gerald writing about Arsenault's words, he'd been working on the detection problem for many years, and had only recently arrived at the solution that was small enough to be practical. He said the instrument itself was not his primary achievement. The primary achievement was identifying the signal. Everything else was just engineering. I read that sentence back 4 times. The primary achievement was identifying the signal. Some signal, some electromagnetic or thermal or physical signature that systems on the threshold of failure emit. A signal that Arsenault had identified and then built a receiver for. Thought about how long that would take. Not the engineering, not the hardware, but the identification itself. The scientific work behind it, finding the signature no one else had found, characterizing it well enough to build a detector, validating that detector against real-world events. That had to be years of work, decades possibly. This was not a man who had a clever idea and built a gadget. This was a man who'd been working on a specific problem for most of his professional life. And why? Gerald's letter didn't address this, but I found myself building a theory quietly in the running car in the parking lot while Phil's office light shone yellow through the window. A theory about a man who had lost something. Maybe someone in an accident, someone in a fire, someone at the end of a chain of events that had been at some point preventable, and who had spent the subsequent decades trying to make preventability possible. Arsenault had not put the units in the cars himself. He'd given them to Gerald. Gerald had placed them in specific vehicles, sold those vehicles to specific buyers. The selection criteria for the buyers was part of the letter I found most interesting. Gerald wrote that Arsenault had told him to look for people who were between things. He'd repeated this phrase as though he'd found it strange and notable. People who are between things, Gerald. Not settled, not with a fixed routine and fixed purpose, not young enough to be directionless, but not old enough to have given up on direction. People in a period of transition. They pay attention differently. They're more available. I was 26. I'd just moved to a new apartment, had just started a new job, and just gotten a car for the first time in 3 years. I had been, when Phil sold me the Civic, very much between things. And I want to tell you about the first time I followed that GPS to Anomaly deliberately, with full knowledge of what I was doing. Not the Laurel Street fire, which I'd driven past without stopping, not the Colt Park meeting with Ray, which had been about information more than action, but I mean the first time I went to a threshold event understanding what it was. Understanding that I was there because a system designed by a man named Arsenault had detected a cruciality and routed me to it. Understanding that what I did next was completely up to me. It was 3 days after my conversation with Phil, a Saturday, mid-December, cold and overcast. The kind of day that looks like it's perpetually 8 in the morning regardless of what time the clock says. I had no plans that day. I'd been sitting with everything I now knew: Gerald's letters, Ray's 3 years, the engineer from New Haven, the woman who'd been in the hospital for 6 weeks, and I'd been doing what I do when I have too much to think about, which is to move through ordinary tasks very slowly, very carefully, methodically, as though performing them with precision that will anchor me. I cleaned the apartment, I'd done laundry, I called my mom and listened to her talk about Christmas, said in all the right places. I'd eaten lunch, turkey wrap, salt and vinegar chips, black coffee. And I was sitting at the kitchen table with my third coffee of the day. It was going cold when the GPS said, "In 1 mile, turn right on Flatbush Avenue." I looked up. I was inside. I was at my kitchen table. The Civic was in the parking lot 4 floors down. 20 meters away, the engine was off. And the GPS, which should have had no power, which had been dark every other time I checked it when the car was off, was now on. And it was directing me. Not to someone in the car, but to me in the apartment. "In 1 mile, turn right on Flatbush Avenue." I got up and I put on my coat and my shoes. I picked up my bag and I went downstairs. I got in the car. The GPS was already on. The map displayed blue arrow in the lot. As soon as I started the engine, the voice shifted the way it shifts when a destination has already been programmed and the driver has just become available. "Turn right out of the parking lot." I turned right. Flatbush Avenue in Hartford runs south and slightly west through a neighborhood of mixed residential and commercial older houses interspersed with small businesses and the occasional vacant lot showing the specific tooth gap quality of urban disinvestment. I knew it moderately well. I'd driven it a handful of times, had stopped at a pharmacy there once, had a general mental map of its character without a detailed knowledge of its individual blocks. The GPS took me down Flatbush for 6 blocks and then directed me to turn onto the side street, Magnolia, a residential block of triple-deckers with small front yards, chain-link fences. It's 12:47 in the afternoon. "In 200 feet, your destination is on the right." I slowed down. The destination was a 3-family home. Brick on the lower level, vinyl siding above, white painted, slightly dinged in the way that old houses are old enough to accumulate small damage without requiring wholesale renovation. There was a small front porch, wrought with iron railings. There was a car in the driveway, an older Jeep Cherokee. There was a child's bicycle leaned against the side of the porch, not locked up. Nothing was happening. The house was still. No smoke, no leaking water, no sounds of distress. The street was quiet. "You have arrived at your destination." I pulled to the curb across the street and I turned off the engine and I sat there. This was the part Ray had described. The waiting, the not knowing what you were there for. The gap between the GPS's certainty that this was the right place and your complete uncertainty about what to do with that. I watched the house. I watched the street. I watched the sky. It was gray and flat, unhelpful. 5 minutes, 10. A woman came out of the house, late 30s, dark coat, carrying a canvas grocery bag that was clearly empty. She was going out for something. She came down the porch steps, got in her Jeep, backed out of the driveway, and drove away. I watched her go, and I watched the house. 15 minutes. The GPS, which had gone quiet after announcing my arrival, said, "In 200 feet, turn left on Flatbush Avenue." This was a recalculation. The GPS thought I should be leaving, but I didn't move. The GPS repeated itself. "In 200 feet, turn left on Flatbush Avenue." I said quietly to the screen, "Something's not done yet." The GPS was quiet. I watched the house, and then I caught it. The smell. Faint at first, the way smells are faint when they're competing with closed windows and cars, recycled air. A sweetish chemical smell, slightly acrid, not quite burning, but in the family of burning. I rolled down the window about half an inch, the way you do when you're trying to calibrate, and the smell sharpened. It was natural gas. Not overwhelming, not the emergency level concentration that triggers evacuation, but it was present, real, coming from the direction of the house. I got out of the car. Across the street, I went up to the porch. I could smell it more clearly now, coming from around the left side of the house, where a narrow passage ran between the house and the fence, so I went around the side. There was a gas meter on the wall, standard setup, but the pipe leading from the meter to the house had a fitting that looked wrong. It wasn't cracked or visibly broken, but just subtly, specifically wrong in a way that the thing looks when it's shifted from where it's supposed to be. The smell was coming from there. A slow leak, not dramatic, not explosive, but in an enclosed structure over time, building toward a concentration that eventually reaches ignition territory. I called the gas company emergency line. I gave them the address. The woman on the phone asked if I could smell gas. I said yes. She said they were dispatching a crew and I should move away from the structure, not use any switches or open flames. I said okay and moved back to the sidewalk and stood there. The woman came back 17 minutes later with her grocery bag full. I was still on the sidewalk. I told her about the gas leak. She went white. She called her upstairs neighbors. There were 2 other units in the house, and within 5 minutes, there were 5 people on the sidewalk and a gas company van pulling up. A utility worker in a hard hat was going around to the left side of the house with a handheld sensor. The utility worker came back. He said something to the woman, the something of a professional delivering a finding that's serious but not too catastrophic. She pressed both hands over her mouth and lowered them and said very clearly and quietly to no one in particular, "My daughter was home all morning. She was just inside. She went to her friend's house an hour ago." She stopped. She looked at me. "How did you know?" "I smelled it from the street," I said, which was true eventually. "You just..." She stopped again. "You just stopped and came and knocked?" "Yes," I said. "You didn't have to do that." I didn't say anything. "Thank you." Her voice was very steady in the way of someone exercising considerable control. "Thank you very much." I called back to the Civic. I walked to it and I got in and I sat down. The GPS told me once again, "Turn left on Flatbush Avenue." I turned left on Flatbush. I drove home and I was crying, though I couldn't have told you exactly what the emotion was. It wasn't just simple relief, not gratitude, it wasn't fear, though it contained elements of all of these. It was something closer to the specific overwhelm of understanding your own smallness and finding that your smallness was, on this occasion, the exact right size for the thing that needed doing. I fed Ptolemy, I sat on the Murphy bed, and I called Ray.
Magnolia Street.
Yeah, there was a gas leak. Slow accumulation in a residential building. I got them out before the gas company arrived. He was quiet for a moment. I could hear him breathing.
How do you feel now?
Strange. Like I did something very small that was also very large.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It always feels like that for me too.
December moved through its remaining days with the particular determination of a month that knows it's almost over. I followed the GPS 4 more times in the 2 weeks between the Magnolia Street gas leak and Christmas. 2 of the 4 produced outcomes I could identify. A minor car accident I arrived at in time to call 911 before the driver, who was dazed, had been able to reach for his phone. An elderly man was on the sidewalk in the second call. He had slipped on ice and couldn't get up, whose distress had been invisible from the street because he'd gone down between 2 parked cars. The other 2 times produced nothing I could identify. I sat in my car on quiet streets and watched ordinary life proceed, and I drove home uncertain whether I'd been useful or whether the GPS had misfired, and I had learned from Ray's 3 years to make peace with this uncertainty rather than treating it as a failure. I was becoming, without quite deciding to, a person who followed an anomalous GPS to critical events in the Grateford-Hartford area. I was integrating this into my life in the way you integrate any new responsibility by rearranging around it, by leaving a small space in my schedule and my attention that could flex to accommodate the GPS's demands, by treating the Navigon's sudden commands with the alert readiness of someone who's on call. Ray and I still texted regularly. He was methodical and unsentimental about the work, which I found stabilizing. He had, over 3 years, developed a practice, and the practice had a shape I could observe and borrow from. He drove with his phone always charged. He kept a small bag in his passenger seat, first aid kit, flashlight, a foil emergency blanket, a pair of heavy work gloves. He wore practical shoes. "You'll want to stop wearing those," he said once, gesturing to my ankle-high boots. "Well, I dress up for work." "You drive from work sometimes, so wear something you can move in." I started keeping flats in the car. It was during this period that I became seriously focused on finding Claire Ashworth, the electrical engineer from New Haven who had disassembled her Navigon and found the secondary component and had gone quiet for 14 months. I had Ray's information, a first name, a car, a Colt Park meeting location. I went looking. The Connecticut Professional Directory and LinkedIn Engineering Society membership list. There were 3 Claire Ashworths in Connecticut there on LinkedIn. One was a high school student in Stamford. One was a real estate agent in Middletown. The third was an electrical engineer, last active 18 months ago. Her profile listed her as a senior systems engineer at a defense contractor in Windsor Locks. The profile photo showed the woman in her mid-30s with dark hair and the professional composure of a headshot. I looked at it for a long time, trying to determine whether this was someone who had found something unexpected inside the GPS unit, and then made a rational decision to disengage from any uncomfortable situation, or someone from whom something else had happened. Her most recent LinkedIn post from 18 months ago was a shared article about advances in low-power sensory arrays. She had written in the caption, "Relevant to some current work, more to come." There were 7 likes, nobody had commented. More to come. I searched her name combined with her employer. There was a company directory page that had her listed. Still, she was a current employee there. But company directories are often outdated, artifacts of earlier web presence that no one had gotten around to updating. I looked for published papers, patents, conference presentations. She had a modest publication history from her earlier career, 3 pages of IEEE journals before 2018, but nothing after. I found her through a New Haven community board of all things, a neighborhood association website for East Rock neighborhood that still had an archive post from 2022 in which Claire Ashworth had commented about a proposed road closure. She had listed her street in the offhand way that people do in community forums as Canner Street. And I did not go to Canner Street, not immediately. I thought about what Ray had said. If she's fine and doesn't want to be found, then looking for her is a violation. And I thought about whether I was looking for her because I needed to know what she'd found, or because I was worried about her. And I concluded honestly that it was both, and that the mixture of motivations didn't make either of us invalid. I sent her a message on LinkedIn. I identified myself by name. I said I have a Navigon 7100 and I'd met Ray Gutierrez. I was trying not to press her for anything she didn't want to share. I just wanted to know if she was okay. I sent it on a Thursday evening in the 3rd week of December, and I didn't hear back. I didn't expect to. I put in the space in my attention reserved for the things that I was waiting on and tried to stop thinking about it. The GPS woke me again on the night of December 22nd. This time it was 3:40 a.m. I came awake the same way as before, not from a sound, not from a dream, but from the specific alertness of being called. The parking lot through my kitchen window. The GPS's screen was bright and insistent, showing the map with a red destination marker. I looked at the marker's position. Not Laurel Street this time, Route 44. East of Avon, I knew that stretch of road. Narrow stretch of trees pressing close to the road, the hills rolling in, the old country dark quality of a New England road at night. The red marker was on Route 44, approximately 4 miles east of the Avon-Canton line, the same stretch roughly where the GPS had first tried to reroute me 2 months ago. I stood at the window for a moment. It was 20 degrees outside, 3:40 in the morning. Ray's bag was in the passenger seat, first aid kit, flashlight, emergency blanket, heavy gloves. I'd assembled my own version 2 weeks ago. I got dressed, I put on the warmest things I had, thermals, heavy jeans, a knit sweater, my winter coat, a wool hat, and gloves. I went down to the car. The GPS was already showing the route. It had plotted it long before I arrived. The blue line laid out from my parking lot to the red marker on Route 44 like a thread being pulled taut. Turn right on Asylum Street. I turned right on Asylum. The drive to Route 44 at 3:40 in the morning is a different experience than the same as driving it at daylight or in early evening. The roads are almost entirely empty. You pass the occasional truck on the highway, you see a gas station open like a lit aquarium in the dark, and you're on the smaller roads and the dark is still and full and close. The only light is that what your headlight makes. 2 cones of yellow illumination that's immediately ahead and no further than that. I drove with a carefulness I don't always apply during the day. I was alert in the way that someone who knows they're going towards something rather than simply going somewhere. The GPS narrated steadily, unhurried as always, the funereal voice laying out the route in its precise increments, and I followed it without question for the first time since I'd bought the car, and the quality of this, of trusting those directions, of going where I was sent, was unexpectedly peaceful, like releasing something I'd been gripping. The red marker was a specific point on Route 44, not an intersection or a landmark, but on a section of road between landmarks, which is kind of a location that means either an accident or a breakdown. I came around the curve and I saw it. A car off the road, a sedan, dark colored, hard to tell exactly in the dark. Something had gone wrong and it headed off on the right shoulder into the shallow ditch that ran along this stretch. It was angled nose down with its headlights pointing into the earth. No emergency flashers, no movement. I pulled over to the left shoulder because parking behind the accident vehicle on the right is how secondary accidents happen. I turned on my hazard lights and I got out. The cold was absolute. The kind of cold that takes your breath cleanly and efficiently and leaves you very aware of the surface of your skin. The road was dark in both directions and no other headlights were there, no sound. The car in the ditch had gone in at an angle that suggested it had drifted rather than swerved. The kind of exit from the road that happens when a driver loses consciousness. I got to the driver's side door, I had my flashlight, a small bright LED model from the bag, and I shone it through the window. There was a man in the driver's seat, maybe in his 50s or 60s. He was in a winter coat. His head was against the window, turned slightly away from me. He wasn't moving. I tried the door, but it was locked. I knocked on the glass. Hey! Hey, can you hear me? No response. I called 911. I gave them the location. Route 44 eastbound near the Canton line. Vehicle off the road, unresponsive driver. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line. The units were being dispatched, and I shouldn't move the vehicle, so I said I wouldn't. I looked through the window again. I could see the man's chest was moving. He was breathing. Not an obvious injury that I could see. There was no blood on the glass, no deployed airbag. The car had just gone into the ditch, maybe at a low speed. Maybe it's a medical event. Maybe a diabetic episode or a cardiac event, a seizure. The GPS had said nothing about what kind of threshold this was, and I was running through the possibilities in a way of someone who had watched enough medical procedurals to have a surface knowledge and not enough training to do anything reliable with it. I could see his coat pocket from the window, the shape of something rectangular. I guess that's his phone. If I could get into the car. I went around to the passenger side, but the door was locked. I tried the rear doors, locked as well. I went back to the driver's side and I looked at the window, at the man's face, at the coat pocket. I looked at the road in both directions. They were still empty. I thought about the woman who'd been in the hospital for 6 weeks, and I thought about the boy by the driveway and Ray's horn. I picked up a rock from the ditch, a fist-sized rock because Connecticut roadsides are generously supplied with them, being a state maybe made primarily of rock dressed slightly in soil. I thought about what I was doing, which was breaking into a stranger's car on a dark highway at 4 a.m. Thought about whether there was another option, but I concluded there was not in the time available. So I broke the rear passenger window, the small side window, least glass, most access. I reached through and unlocked the rear door and climbed in. The smell inside the car was sweet. Not chemical sweet of a gas leak, but a biological sweet. The specific sweetness of ketoacidosis, which I recognized because a college roommate had been diabetic, had explained it to me once as what happens when blood sugar crashes catastrophically. The breath of someone in a diabetic emergency smells sweet and fruity, like overripe fruit, and this man's car smelled exactly like that. I reached into his coat pocket. His phone. I held it in front of his face because modern phones unlock by facial recognition, even when the face is unconscious, which could be a privacy issue, but that's entirely irrelevant at this point. It unlocked. His contacts, I looked through them. I looked for a name, anyone, maybe that would be a spouse, a partner, home. A name associated with a home entry. And there it was, labeled Carol, home. So I called it. The phone rang 4 times. A woman groggy and alarmed. Marcus? Marcus, it's 4 a.m. What? This is not Marcus, I said. My name is Ainsley Carter. I found your husband's car off of Route 44 near Canton. He's unconscious and I think maybe he's having a diabetic episode. I've called 911. They're on their way. Are you his emergency contact? Does he have a condition I should know about? A sound from the other end. The specific sound of someone going from asleep to assert in a single breath. Type 1 diabetes. 30 years. Is he breathing? Yes. Okay, is there a kit in the glove box? Orange case, black zipper? I reached over the front seat into the glove box, and there it was, an orange kit. I've got the kit. Glucogen. He's shown you how to use it. Marcus has shown you how to use it. She stopped. I know he hasn't. Open the case. There should be instructions. It's a red device, left side of the neck. That's the first step. Carol was now fully awake and fully steady, and I could understand that she had prepared for this call and had been prepared for years for this specific call, had rehearsed it to her instructions for a stranger. Do you have it? I have it. Then I'll walk you through it. I administered the glucogen. The instructions were clear. The device was designed for use by people who had never used it before, and Carol's voice was steadier than I would have been in her position, walking me through each step with the calm of someone who has run this scenario in her head enough times to have worn the anxiety out of it and left only the procedure. By the time the ambulance arrived, 11 minutes after my call, which felt long and was actually extremely fast for the stretch of road at that hour, Marcus began to stir. His eyes opened partway. He was not fully conscious, but he was responding. The paramedic leaned in and checked his blood sugar and said, "Good response," in the tone of someone who is genuinely relieved rather than just professionally reassuring. I stood by the side of the road in the cold and watched them work and thought about a threshold. A man who had at some point in the previous hour crossed from functional to critical, a signal emitted into the dark Connecticut air above Route 44, a receiver and a GPS unit that had been modified by a man named Arsenault, who had identified the signature that no one else had found. A car that had gone to get me. The paramedic came over to me while his partner worked in the ambulance. He had the windblown look of someone who spent a lot of nights outside. "You found him and you called it in. You administered the glucogen, right?" "Yes." "You're not medical?" "No." He looked at me for a moment with the expression of someone calibrating. "He's going to be fine," he said. "Blood sugar was critically low. If he'd been in there another hour..." He stopped, not because the end of the sentence was unclear, because the end of the sentence was the kind of thing you don't say out loud if you can avoid it. "I know. You were lucky to come by." "Yes, I was," I said. He took my name and number for the report. I gave them to him. He went back to the ambulance and I walked back to the Civic. The GPS was showing the route home. Blue line from here to my apartment, clean and direct. In a quarter mile, turn right on Route 44 West. I turned right on Route 44 West. The drive home was 41 minutes. It was just beginning to get light when I got back to Hartford. Not sunrise, but the first barely perceptible shift in the quality of dark that means sunrise is on its way. I parked and I sat. Thought about Marcus and Carol, 30 years of a diabetic emergency kit in the glove box. I thought about Phil Kalowski and his photocopy and the records, and I believed I was coming onto something good. I thought about Gerald Fitch, who was dead at his desk in 2011, and the strange storage unit in Newton with 17 modified Navigon units. I thought about Arsenault and the signal he'd identified, the decades of work, and the question I still didn't have any answer to. Why? Not why the system. I understood the system now, or understood its function, but why Arsenault? What he had lost that had made his work, this became the obsession of his life. I took out my phone and I wrote a text to Ray. Route 44, diabetic emergency. He's okay. The reply came back within 3 minutes, which meant Ray was also awake at 5-something in the morning, which meant his GPS had woken him too, which meant he'd been watching the same event from a distance. I know. Mine showed me the location. I was 10 minutes out when you got there. I turned back. I stared at this for a moment. He'd been coming. The GPS had sent both of us, and when I arrived and handled it, his GPS had recognized the response was covered and had released him. I wrote back, "They do coordinate like you said." He wrote, "Yep." Then a moment later, he said, "Are you okay?" I thought about this, about what okay meant at 5 in the morning on December 23rd, sitting in a parking lot with broken glass from a stranger's windowsill still in my coat sleeve, having woken from sleep by a GPS, driven through the dark to find a man dying quietly in a ditch, and about what okay meant as a description of a state of being that had shifted fundamentally and permanently from what it had been 2 months ago when I stood in a gravel lot in Route 9 and thought, "It'll do." I wrote, "I don't know, but I'm here." He wrote back, "That's enough." I got a message from Claire Ashworth on December 28th. Not a LinkedIn reply, but a text to my personal number, which I had not given to her, and which LinkedIn messages had not included. The text said, "I know who you are. I know you talked to Ray. You talked to Phil. Don't disassemble the unit. I'm not saying this to protect you from any information. I'm saying it because of what's inside. Call me when you're ready." Below this was a phone number with a New Haven area code. I sat at my kitchen table with the message for a long time. The gray December light was doing its usual thing. Ptolemy was on the table, which he knew was not allowed, but he did it anyways when he felt I needed company. Don't disassemble the unit. Because of what's inside. She had disassembled hers. She had found the secondary component, the component that was not factory or standard. She had called Ray to say she'd found something unexpected, and then she'd not called back for 14 months, and now she was texting me from a number that I hadn't given her. I thought about what it meant. She had my number. It meant either that the GPS network had transmitted it, which would imply a capability far beyond anything Ray or Phil had described, or that she had found it through her own research, which was possible for someone with an engineering background and the right databases. I thought about what it meant that she said don't disassemble. I thought about Arsenault, his secondary component, the technology that wasn't a camera but behaved like one. It wasn't surveillance, but it felt like it. Demonstrated awareness. I thought about a detection apparatus that could identify threshold events, could route cars, could coordinate between units, could sense the interior of a vehicle and render a live image of its driver from an impossible angle. I thought about Phil's description, something that constructs an image from the space around the vehicle the way sonar constructs an image from sound. I thought about what sonar requires to work, a source, a transmission, a medium through which the transmission can move. I thought about the fact that Arsenault had told Gerald he had identified the signal, Not that he'd built one, but he'd identified one. He found something that was already there. And then I thought about what that meant. If the signal was not electromagnetic, not thermal, not anything in the standard physics vocabulary, if the signal came from somewhere, or something, maybe it produced it not because of mechanical failure or chemical leak, but for the same reasons humans produce signals when they're frightened or in pain or standing at the edge of something. For the same reason a body in extremis radiates in every direction the simple and absolute fact of its needs. I picked up my phone and I called the New Haven number. It rang twice. "Ainsley?" said Claire Ashworth. Her voice was level and careful in the way of someone who has had a long time to decide what to say. "I'm glad that you called. There's a lot I need to tell you. Some of it's going to be hard to hear." Outside in the gray December, the sky pressed down on Hartford. The Civic sat in the parking lot. The GPS glowed faintly in the dash and the map turning slowly on the screen. The blue arrow, steady waiting. "Tell me," I said. This is Dead Reckoning, Part 4, What Arsenault Found. Claire Ashworth's voice had the quality of someone who had rehearsed the conversation so many times that the rehearsal had worn through to something harder and more honest underneath. Not a script, but the residue of a script. The shape of what she'd planned to say worn smooth by repetition until what remained was just the truth without its packaging. She talked for 40 minutes before I said more than 3 words. I want to cry to relay what she told me in the old order she told it, but the order mattered. She had arranged the information deliberately, the way you arrange a case you're presenting, building from the part the listener can accept toward the part they can't yet. And I think she was right to do it that way, and I want to honor that structure here. She started with the hardware. Claire had been an electrical engineer for 12 years before she bought the Camry. She worked in sensor systems, specifically in the design of low-power receivers for industrial monitoring applications, the kind of sensors that detect heat differentials in manufacturing environments or pressure changes in pipelines. She understood at a level of technical detail that neither Ray nor Phil nor I could access what a modified sensor array inside a consumer GPS unit would look like and what it would require to function. When she disassembled her Navigon carefully and methodically over the course of a weekend at her workbench at home, she found what she expected, but also what she didn't. What she expected was a standard Navigon 7100 motherboard with its factory components. The GPS receiver module, the processor, the display driver, the audio amplifier. Everything a 2009 consumer navigation device would contain in the condition of something that had been manufactured, used, and maintained, but not specifically modified. What she didn't expect was the secondary assembly, and her description of it is one I've turned over so many times since December that I can reconstruct it almost verbatim. It was mounted to the underside of the main board, she said, and the space between the board and the rear housing of the device. It was approximately the size of a deck of playing cards, thinner than the deck, and it was attached with what she recognized as a precision machine standoff, the kind used in aerospace and medical device manufacturing, not in consumer electronics. The workmanship was exceptional, not the workmanship of a hobbyist or a garage engineer, but the workmanship of someone who had done precision manufacturing for a long time, and at a level where the difference between acceptable and perfect mattered a great deal. The assembly had 3 components. The first was a receiver module that she described as unlike anything she had seen in her professional experience. It was clearly designed to receive electromagnetic signals, but its tuning range was outside the standard spectrum used by any civilian communication system she knew of. She tested it against her reference equipment, found that it was optimized to receive in a band she had to look up, a band that she characterized carefully as biologically generated. Signals produced not by transmitters or machinery, but by living bodies under specific conditions. "What conditions?" I asked. "Stress," she said. "Acute psychological stress, the kind produced by..." severe injury, severe fear, or she paused, or proximity to death. The second component was a processor she identified as a signal correlator, a chip designed to take the incoming signal, compare it against a stored reference pattern, and produce an output when the correlation exceeded a threshold. The reference pattern stored in the chip's memory was, she said, extraordinarily complex. Hundreds of parameters, a signature unlike any natural or man-made electromagnetic signature she could find in any database. Where does a signal like that come from? I asked. You derive it empirically, she said. You measure, you collect data from many instances or the same phenomenon, and you extract the common elements. The pattern in that chip is the average signature of, she stopped, of whatever the signature is designed to detect, derived from many individual measurements. How many measurements would you need to derive a signature that complex? Well, to get a reliable pattern, hundreds, possibly thousands. She was quiet for a moment. Arsenault spent a long time on this. Whatever he was measuring, he measured it many times over before he had a signature robust enough to build a detector around. I imagine this took years. The third component was a transmitter, small, low-powered, directional, designed to emit in a very narrow beam at extremely short ranges, an inch, maybe 2 inches, not broadcasting into the environment, broadcasting into the interior of the device itself. Into the device? I said. Into the GPS module, she said. The signal correlator detects the biological generated signal, processes it, extracts the location data from the GPS receiver, the actual coordinates of where the signal is strongest, and then the transmitter sends that information to the main processor as a destination. The main processor handles it as a programmed destination and gestures or generates routing instructions. I turn this over in my mind. So the secondary assembly feeds a location to the GPS, and the GPS thinks it's been given a destination by the user? Yes, that's the mechanism. The GPS itself is doing what GPSs do. They're routing to a destination. It thinks the destination came from you. And the camera? The monitoring capability? There was a pause that was longer than the other pauses after I asked this question. Well, this is the part that took me the longest to understand, she said. And the part I want you to stay with me on this because I know how it sounds. I'm staying with you. Okay, the transmitter, the short-range transmitter in the secondary assembly that I found. It's not only sending destination data to the GPS module, it's doing something else at the same time. It's emitting into space around the device, not into the device itself, but outward. And the signal it emits is the same band as the signal it's designed to receive. I thought about this. So it's broadcasting the same type of signal it detects? Yes, exactly. Why would it? I stopped. She picked back up. Because the signal is interactive. It's not passive like radio waves reflecting off surfaces. It's responsive. When you broadcast in this brand into a space occupied by a living body, the body's own biological field interacts with the transmitted signal, and that interaction produces an information-rich echo. An echo that continues enough spatially, and it contains enough data to reconstruct the geometry of the body and its immediate environment. So the sonar analogy that Phil used, not light bouncing off of surfaces, but the signal interacting with the body's own field and returning change, containing the shape of what it had touched. So that's how the structure, how it constructs this image, I asked. Yes, the GPS isn't receiving footage from a camera. It's receiving the echo of a transmitted biological band signal, processing the spatial data, rendering it as video because that's the format the display understands. She paused. You know, the resolution isn't perfect, which is why the footage looks a bit grainy, and the angle isn't determined by a physical lens position. It's determined by the geometry of the echo, which can produce or process to reconstruct the space from multiple virtual viewpoints. So that's why Ray's camera sometimes appears from outside the vehicle. Yes, exactly. If the transmission is strong enough, the Echo can reconstruct data from outside the vehicle's interior. The system can render a virtual viewpoint from any position the Echo data supports. She was quiet for a moment. Arsenault built a system that doesn't need a camera because the signal itself is the camera. Because the signal talks to the body, and the body talks back, and the conversation contains everything you need to know about the space. I sat with that. The GPS was on the dashboard of the Civic, dark, engine off, floor force down, 20 meters away, broadcasting right now, presumably broadcasting, emitting its narrow signal into the interior of the car, into the empty space where I sat, where I drove, where my body occupied the driver's seat, my hands held the wheel, my face turned to watch the road, talking to the space that I left behind. Claire, I said, what's the signal? What is biologically generated electromagnetic signal that the system detects? Another pause. This was the one I'd been waiting for. To get to the bottom of the arrangement, the one that held the thing she'd been building towards. You know what it is, she said. You already know. You've known it since the first time it woke you up. I thought about 2:17 in the morning. The GPS lit up in the parking lot, the red marker on Laurel Street, the fire that had already started, the smoke moving through a sleeping building. I thought about Marcus in his car on Route 44, his blood sugar falling through the floor, his body producing, in the cold dark of the highway, some signal that carried his own emergency into the air. I thought about what a body does when it's frightened, when it's in pain, when it's on the edge of something irreversible. I thought about Arsenault back in 2006 at a trade show in Springfield, looking for a specific kind of person, patient and urgent, a man who had been waiting a long time. It's distress, I said. Yes, said Claire. The system detects human stress, not mechanical failures, not gas concentrations or electrical faults. The system detects the signal produced by a human body under acute physical or psychological distress. So that's why the fires and the accidents and the gas leaks happen. Because there are people in or near those situations who are frightened or injured or dying, she said. Yes. I pressed the back of my hand against my mouth for a moment. The flat December light came through my kitchen window. Ptolemy sat on the table and looked at me with his orange eyes. So Arsenault identified the electromagnetic signature of human distress, I said. Not just identified it, Claire said. He characterized it, mapped it, derived a universal signature across thousands of instances, and then he built a receiver small enough to fit inside a GPS unit. She paused. Whatever you want to call that, whatever scientific framework you want to put around it, the practical result is that the secondary assembly in your GPS is a distress detector. It detects the signal emitted by people who need help, and it routes you to them. The word I was not saying, the word that sat in the room with me, was the word empathy. Not a psychological construct, but a physical reality. The idea that distress has a signal, that the urgency of a human being is extremist, broadcasts something measurable into the world, and that this broadcast has always been happening, undetected, until one man spent decades figuring out how he could hear it. So how did he discover this? How did he find it? That signature, I asked. How do you even begin to look for something like that? I've thought about this a lot, Claire said. 14 months of thinking about it. The only answer I can arrive at is that he started from an assumption that it existed. He already believed in it for some reason, that human distress had a physical signal, and he went looking for confirmation rather than starting from scratch. She paused. The difference between discovering something and finding something that you already believe is there. And why would he believe it was there? Well, that, she said, is the question I can't answer. And it's the one I think that matters the most. We talked for another hour. I have a record of this. I started taking notes about halfway through the first 40 minutes, scrolling in my notes app, one thumb, while I held my phone to my ear with the other hand. Claire had not stopped using her Navigon. She had reassembled the unit after her analysis and replaced it in her Camry. She had continued following its routes for 14 months, the time she'd been out of contact with Ray. She had not not been avoiding him, she said, because of anything sinister. She'd been avoiding him because she had needed to think, and think was hard. And also managing someone else's reaction to what she was thinking about herself. I should have at least told him I was okay, she said. I know. I feel bad about that. He has been worried about you. I know. Just tell him I'm sorry. She'd followed the GPS through 14 months of routing. She'd kept records more systematic than mine, more systematic than Ray's, records of an engineer applied to human problem. She had documented 47 incidents, the events, the outcomes, her own actions, the apparent outcomes of her presence, 31 cases with identifiable positive outcomes, 11 with no identifiable outcomes, either way at all. 5 cases that she classified separately under a heading she had titled anomalous. What are these anomalous cases, I asked. She was quiet for a moment. The GPS routed me to locations where there were no incidents, no accidents, no fire, no medical event, no structural failure, no crime in progress, nothing I could identify as a threshold event. So like my Albany direction, I said, the one that led me nowhere. No, she said, the Albany Avenue type is probably a near miss, an event that was building and then didn't occur, or an event that you prevented by your own arrival. My anomalous cases are different. I went to locations, I spent time at them. I looked, there was genuinely nothing there. Then why did the GPS even send you there? Because of what there was instead, she said. In 4 or 5 of the anomalous cases, there was a person at that location who did not appear to be in physical distress. No injury, no emergency, no acute danger, but a person who was, she searched for the word, experiencing something. Something not physical. Something the GPS apparently reads as signal worthy. I thought about that signature. Thousands of instances, a universal pattern for acute distress. So you're saying that it detects psychological distress too? I'm saying it doesn't appear to distinguish between the physical and psychological, she said. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that the signature it detects doesn't respect the distinction. The body doesn't draw a hard line between the two. Extreme physical states, psychological states, and these signals that they emit, fear, grief, despair, these are not purely mental experiences. They're whole body experiences. They produce measurable physical changes. I thought about a person sitting somewhere not injured, not in danger, but in the specific extremity of a grief, a despair that had moved past the manageable and into something critical, a threshold event of a different kind. What did you do, I asked, in those cases, when you got there and you found someone in psychological distress? Well, the first time I didn't understand what I was there for and I drove away. The second time I recognized the pattern and I sat in my car for 20 minutes trying to decide what to do, and then I did nothing. I drove away, and that... She stopped. Her voice had shifted slightly. That's the one I regret. What happened? Well, nothing happened to the person that night as far as I know, but I've thought about that night many times, and I believe that if I'd simply gotten out of the car, if I'd simply been present, it would have mattered. That sometimes being present is the action. You don't have to have a tool or a skill. You just have to be there for somebody. I thought about Ray's boy by the driveway, the horn, the truck stopping. You didn't have to be a paramedic. You don't have to be a firefighter. You don't have to be anything. You just have to be there. So the third, fourth, and fifth anomalous cases, I said, what did you do on those? Well, I got out of the car, she said simply. And? A pause. And it was enough. Each time, in different ways, it was enough. She was quiet for a moment. The GPS detects distress. It doesn't discriminate between the kinds of distress. It puts us where the distress is, and it trusts us to figure out what's needed. Another pause. Which is an enormous amount of trust for a machine to extend to a person. It's not a machine that's extending the trust, I said. No, she agreed. We know who it is. It's Arsenault. I told Ray that night. All of it. Claire's analysis, the biologically generated signal, the distress signature, the psychological anomalies. I told him on the phone, sitting cross-legged on my Murphy bed. He listened without interrupting the way he always did. And when I finished, there was a silence that lasted long enough that I thought the call may have dropped. But then he said, "The boy in the driveway." Yeah? He wasn't in any physical danger yet. The truck was still all the way around the corner. So the GPS detected wasn't about the truck, it was about him. His body was registering something before the danger was visible, before his conscious mind had processed the situation. Wow. Another long pause. A child's body may know something dangerous is coming. The nervous system reads it before our eyes do, and the GPS reads the nervous system. Yeah. I heard him breathe. I know. How many people, he said, every day in a 5-mile radius, how many people are producing that signal? I had thought about this since Claire's call, and had deliberately chosen not to follow the thought to its correlation, to its conclusion. The GPS filtered. The correlator chip matched against the derived signature, not just any distress, but distress above a certain threshold, a certain intensity. Otherwise, we'd be driving constantly. The GPS was quiet most of the time. It was selective. But selective was a relative term. How many people and how many cars and how many cities with how many modified units over how many years had Arsenault planned for this to operate? He made 17 units, I said, that Gerald knew of. And Gerald was one seller. Arsenault might have placed units in other cars, through other channels, through other people like Gerald. Yeah, that's true. In other states, other regions. Yeah, that's all possible. Ray was quiet again. He built a network, he said. Not just a device. A distributed network of receivers and responders operating without central coordination, without any infrastructure. Just cars on roads routing to distress. A network designed to disappear into ordinary life. Yeah? Why? Why not just patent the technology? Give it to emergency services. Build a proper detection system. Why cars? Why us? Ordinary people. And I had no answer to this. Not a certain answer, more like the shape of an answer, arrived at from the accumulated material of the past weeks. Phil's letter, Gerald's letter, Arsenault's description of the buyers he wanted, people who are between things. They pay attention differently. They're more available. Because emergency services may be reactive, I said. They respond when they're called. The whole point of the threshold detection is that the signal appears before the event, before the call is made, before someone dials 911, before anyone knows to ask for help. In that gap between the threshold and the emergency, emergency services are useless. They don't exist yet for that situation. The only thing that can exist is that gap. And it's someone who's already in motion. Cars, Ray said. Cars. People who are already driving their cars. They're already on the road, already moving through the environment where the signal is being produced, I said. You just have to redirect them. Small course corrections. You don't have to build a new infrastructure. You use one that already exists. thought about the words again. I can put a person in the right place. What they do when they're there is the part I can't build. The infrastructure was already there. Millions of cars on the road, millions of people in motion, passing within 5 miles of someone who needed help at some point every single day. The gap between distress and response was not a technological gap. It was a direction gap. People in motion, passing close, not knowing to stop. The Navigon told them to stop. "It's elegant," Ray said. And there's something in the way he said it, a reluctant response almost, that I recognized because I felt it too. The elegance of a solution that worked with what existed rather than demanding something new. The elegance of a man who had spent decades thinking about a problem and had arrived eventually at the simplest possible answer. "So did Claire say anything about Arsenal himself?" Ray asked. "Who is he? Where is he now?" "No," I said. "She said the same information we have. A name, a description from Gerald's letter, a trade show up in Springfield in 2006. I paused. "She's been trying to find him for 14 months. "Has she found anything?" "She said she'd tell me when we meet in person. She wants to meet both of us. She said that. She wants to tell us together." Ray was quiet for a moment. "When?" "She suggests New Year's," I said, "at Colt Park." "Of course, Colt Park," he said, and in his voice was the dark, tired humor of someone who has accepted that his life now includes regular schedules of meetings with strangers in a park by the river to discuss an impossible technology built by an unknown engineer. "Fine. New Year's." The last week of December was quiet. The GPS routed me twice, once to a fender bender on Farmington Avenue where I called 911 and waited until the ambulance arrived for a driver who'd hit her head on the steering wheel, and once in a residential area in Blue Hills while a man was found sitting on his front steps at 11 at night in the cold winter without a coat on, and he was just staring at nothing. This was my first psychological anomaly. I need to describe it carefully here, because it was different from everything else that had come before it. Different in a way that I'm still processing even months later, in a way that's changed how I think about what I'm doing and why. I drove to the street because the GPS told me to. I arrived to find no emergency, no visible crisis, just a residential block at 11 p.m. and a man on his steps. I drove past slowly, the way you drive when you're looking for something you haven't found yet. I went around the block, I came back. He was still there. Still without a coat on. The temperature was 24 degrees. I pulled up across the street and turned off my headlights, and I sat for a moment. The GPS was quiet. It said, "You have arrived at your destination." And then it went silent, which is normal behavior, but the silence felt different because there was nothing to do. No mechanical task to perform, no call to make. Claire's words were simple and apply here. Sometimes being present is the action. So I got out of the car, I walked across the street. He didn't look up until I was on the sidewalk in front of his steps, which told me something about how deep inside himself he was. He looked up. He was maybe 50, heavy-set, his face of someone who had been crying recently and had stopped and was now in the afterwards of crying, which is his own specific place to be in. He looked at me with the complete blankness of a person who has no remaining capacity for surprise. "Hey," I said. "Hey." "It's pretty cold out here." He looked around as though he'd forgotten the temperature, as though his body had stopped reporting it. "Yeah," he said. I sat down on the step below him, not next to him, below. So I was looking up. The position was deliberately smaller. I put my elbows on my knees. "You don't have to talk to me," I said. "I can just sit here for a minute." He looked at me for a long time, the look of a man deciding something.
My son called after 3 years of not calling.
He didn't say anything else for a while. I didn't say anything either. We sat on the steps in the cold across the street. One house had Christmas lights still up, the white-only kind, and the bushes blinking on and off in a slow, random pattern. The bare trees were visible against the lighter dark of the sky. After a while, he said,
He wanted money.
"I'm sorry," I said.
He's in trouble. That's what he told me, some kind of trouble. He wouldn't say what.
He was quiet.
I haven't slept in 2 days, thinking about whether to help him or not.
I thought about the distress signal, about a man who'd been awake for 2 days with the specific anguish of a parent trying to decide something impossible, about what it takes for a body to produce a signal that's detectable from only 5 miles away. Not an injury, not a burning building, but the simple, sustained extremity of not knowing what to do about your child. We sat for a little while longer. Eventually I said, "What did your gut tell you?" He looked at me.
What do you mean?
Not your head, not what makes sense, but what is the part of you that doesn't think? What does it tell you? He was quiet for a long time.
That he's in real trouble. That it's not just money trouble, that
He stopped.
I haven't talked to him in 3 years. I don't even know who he is now.
"But you know something?" I said. "Parents usually know something." He looked at the Christmas lights across the street.
I think he's scared. Whatever he needs the money for, I think he's scared. He called me because he didn't have anyone else to talk to.
He paused.
Which means I'm still.
He stopped again. "Yeah," I said. He turned and looked at me. Really looked at me for the first time.
Who even are you?
"My name's Ainsley. I was just driving by."
People don't just stop.
"Some of us do." He looked at me for another moment. Then he looked back to the lights.
I'm gonna call him back. I'm gonna call him back tomorrow. Find out what's exactly happening.
"That sounds good," I said.
I don't know if it is or not.
"Nobody knows if things are good or right before you do them. You just find out after," I said. We sat for another few minutes. Then he stood up slowly. I stood with him.
You should come in. Get warm.
"I'm okay," I said. "I got the heat in the car." He nodded. He looked like he was going to say something more, and then he didn't. He walked back inside, and I walked back to my car. The GPS said, "Turn left on Asylum Avenue." So I turned left. I drove home in the cold and the dark, and I thought about distress signals. I thought about what it meant that the body produces one when it is in anguish over something that isn't physical, when it's sitting on its front steps not knowing what to do about its child. I thought about what that means. Arsenal designed a system that would respond to this signal the same way it responded to a burning building, with equal urgency, with equal routing, with the same absolute instruction to get there. He didn't distinguish between those two. He had not built a system that only cared about physical emergencies, but he built a system that cared about distress, full stop. And I thought about what I'd said about him, about who he was, about what he'd experienced, about why identifying this signal had been the work of his life. And it was New Year's Eve. I drove out to Colt Park at 2 in the afternoon, which is when Claire had suggested. The lot was empty except for Ray's Subaru, and he was already there. I pulled in, he was leaning against the driver's side door, his canvas jacket, his coffee cup, and his 3 years of exhausted knowledge. He looked at me and nodded in the way we'd developed. The nod that meant, here we are again, the two of us, at the river, In the cold, we waited. Claire arrived about 15 minutes later in a silver 2007 Camry, a small dent in the rear fender, a parking permit from the University of New Haven on the inside windshield. She was smaller than I expected from her LinkedIn photo. The photo had conveyed a professional competence of her. It translated the height in my imagination, but she was compact, maybe 5'3". Dark hair from the photo now was shorter. Professional composure of the photo replaced by something more worn, more specific. She had the look of someone who had been thinking about something for a long time and was finally ready to stop thinking and start talking. She shook Ray's hand. "I'm sorry," she said, "for those 14 months.
It's okay. You're here now."
She shook my hand. She looked at me with an evaluating this directness that I liked. It wasn't rude, it was just honest. "Phil told me you came back," she said. "He called me after you visited. He said you asked good questions." "I had good questions, but no answers," I said. "You've got all the answers." "I've got some of them," she said, "but not all of them." We stood in the cold in the same configuration as always, Ray against his car, me beside him. Claire was facing us, the river 20 feet away through the bare trees, gray and slow.
"So tell us about Arsenault,"
Ray said. Claire put her hands in her coat pockets and she looked at the river for a moment. Then she looked at us. "His full name," she said, "was Henry Arsenault. He was born in 1941, Sherbrooke, Quebec. He came to the U.S. in 1968 on a research fellowship in applied physics at MIT. He stayed." She paused. "He worked in sensor systems research for most of his career in the private sector, defense adjacent, kind of work that doesn't produce a lot of public-facing documentation. He published a small number of papers in the 70s and 80s on electromagnetic signal characterization, but after 1991 he went quiet. Nothing. No publications, no conference appearances, no academic affiliations." "What happened in 1991, I asked. "His daughter died," Claire said. The river moved. A car drove past us on Colt Street. "She was 7 years old. Her name was Elise. She drowned in a lake in Vermont on a family vacation. On a dock, an unsupervised moment. She was recovered very quickly. The drowning took less than 4 minutes." Claire's voice was careful and even. "She died at the hospital 6 hours later. The doctor said the intervention had come just too late. If she had been found 4 minutes earlier, 2 minutes earlier, the outcome would have been different." 4 minutes. 2 minutes. I thought about that. Claire said he was on the dock when it happened. He was there. He didn't see her go in. There was no signal, no splash that was loud enough, no crying, nothing visible. She was simply there and then not there. And the gap between those two states was something he did not perceive until it was already past the threshold. Claire paused. After the funeral, he left MIT and went private. He spent the next 15 years on doing nothing but figuring out this detection problem. And I thought about the detection problem. After 15 years of a man asking, what signal does a body in extremis produce? What can be measured, characterized, reliably detected, so that the next time a small person crosses a threshold, somebody nearby will know before it's too late. Claire spoke again. He identified the signature back in 2006. That's when he met Gerald Fitch. He thought the previous year building the first detection units and field testing them. He spent that time verifying that the signature was real, that the detector worked, that it was reliably correlated with threshold events. By 2006, he was already 65 years old. He'd spent 15 years on this. He thought he wasn't going to live to see it fully deployed, and he knew that.
"So he went out and recruited,"
Ray spoke up. "Yeah, he recruited Gerald Fitch and presumably others." Claire said. People who could place the units in cars, get them out into the field, keep the network running until after he was gone. Henry Arsenault died in 2013 quietly. No obituary I could find. He had no family left. No institutional affiliations. I found the death certificate through the Massachusetts Vital Records. It was filed in Cambridge. She looked at us both. He died knowing the network existed, but not knowing if it worked. He died having built something and having trusted it to people that he'd barely met. After she said this, I thought about Phil Kalowski and his down vest and his yup. About Gerald Fitch's letter, his careful, approximate description of a technology he only partly understood. And about a man named Henry Arsenault, who had identified the signal that human distress produces and had spent 15 years building a way to hear it because his daughter had gone into the water without making a sound that he could hear. I was not going to say anything about this, and I found that I'd stopped looking at the river for a moment. "The camera," Ray said after a moment. His voice was slightly rough. "Did he design it as some kind of threat? To scare us into compliance?" "Well, I asked myself the same question for a long time," Claire said, "and I don't think so. I think the monitoring capability, the emitted signal that returns the spatial echo, was originally designed for a different purpose altogether. I think he wanted the detector to be able to confirm that the driver was in the vehicle, alert and responsive. A presence check. And then somewhere in the development, it became also a deterrent, a way to demonstrate to the driver that the system is real and it wasn't a malfunction. Something was genuinely aware of them and genuinely asking them to go where it was sending them." "Awareness," I said. "He wanted us to understand something was aware of us." "Yeah," she said. "He wanted us to take it seriously. He was 65 years old and he had 15 years of work, a new network of used car salesmen. He couldn't compel us. He could only build something that made us feel viscerally that the stakes were real." And the stakes were real, I thought. Marcus on Route 44, the man on his steps, the child that Ray had never met, who was alive because a plumber from Meridian had honked his horn on a Tuesday in October. "The network," I said. "The coordination between units. Did he design that?" "He designed it," Claire said. "The units communicate in the same band they broadcast, short range, a few hundred feet, but they can relay through each other. The way a mesh network relays through nodes. When you're close enough to another unit, you share the state, the destination data, the routing status, the presence confirmation. Effectively," she said, "the units know when another unit is already responding to a signal. That's how your GPS signal knew Ray's had been called off, and how his GPS knew you'd arrived. The network distributes the response load. Multiple units in range of the same signal. It prioritizes, it routes one, it releases others. And when no unit is in range, then no one goes," she said. "The system can only work with the assets it has. And sometimes," she paused, "sometimes the nearest unit is just too far away. The signal attenuates with distance. Sometimes it's behold the detection threshold before anyone with a Navigon is even in range." "Then no one knows," Ray said. "Yeah, no one knows," Claire agreed. We stood with this, the weight of what it meant. That there were thresholds crossed every day, every hour. The network was too sparse to cover. Events that no modified GPS were close enough to detect. Distress signals that broadcast into empty air and received no answer. "So how many units are there in total?" I asked. "Across all people that Arsenault recruited." "I spent 14 months on this question," Claire said. "My best estimate based on the Carfax records that I've been able to examine and the secondhand information I've gathered is between 40 and 60 units that are currently active in New England. There may be others in other regions. He may have had contacts outside of Connecticut and Massachusetts, but I can't document them." Wow, 40 to 60 units, I thought. 40 to 60 cars moving through New England, carrying their modified GPS units, routing their drivers toward distress. And ours, I started. Functional, she said. Yours are functional. I've checked mine against benchmarks every few months. The secondary assembly is stable. The signature library and the correlator is... Well, this is the last thing I want to tell you about the signature library.
Tell us right now,
said Ray. So the correlator chip, she said, has a memory component. A writable memory. It can update the signature library based on new measurements. The reference pattern stored in the chip is not fixed, it learns. She looked carefully at both of us. Every time the detector registers a straw signal, every time we arrive at a threshold event, every time the unit is in proximity to acute distress, the correlator measures the event signal and refines the reference pattern. The library becomes more precise with use. I looked at her. So the longer we drive with these units, the better the units get at detecting distress?
Yeah,
she said.
Arsenault built a system that improves through operation,
Ray said. Yeah, he built a system that learned from experience, Claire said. The way that a person learned from experience. The river was very quiet. The bare trees made no sound. And he built empathy, I said. He built a machine version of this empathy, something that gets better at recognizing suffering the more suffering it encounters. Claire looked at me. Something in her expression, not quite grief, not quite admiration, but something that contained both. He built what he'd wished he'd had, she said quietly. Something that would have known that his daughter was in the water. Something that would have told him to look. Something that would have heard her, even when she couldn't make a sound. We stood there at the river for a long time after that, not talking. There wasn't too much to say that didn't need sitting with before it could be spoken. The winter light did its flat, non-committal thing above us. The river ran cold, the dark, toward whatever river runs through. At some point, Ray said,
he died in 2013, which means the network has been running for over a decade without him.
Yes, said Claire.
And the units are self-improving. Each event refines the detector.
Yes.
So the network is more capable now than it was when he died, more sensitive, more precise.
Oh, significantly more, she said. If my unit's improvement is representative, yeah. Ray looked at the river.
He built something that outlived him and just keeps getting better. Without anyone ever seeing it. Without anyone maintaining it. Just, it's running. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's running, Claire agreed. And we're, she stopped. And I spoke in, we're the maintenance. Yeah, you're the maintenance. You're also the point, she said. You're the thing it's all for. The detection is worthless without a response or a responder. And she looked at both of us. Arsenault couldn't build the response. He could build everything up to the edge of it, but then it required a person. It required someone to step up, to get out of their comfort zone and to get out of the car. And I thought about all the times that I had stayed in my car. The first Laurel Street direction turned down without a thought. The Route 44 night, gripping the wheel and refusing. The night it woke me and I stood at the window and I looked at that red marker and then I went back to bed. I thought about Marcus.
So what happens now?
Ray asked. Claire shrugged. A small specific shrug. The shrug of someone who's accepted a large uncertainty. I guess we just keep driving, she said. I drove home from Colt Park on the first day of the new year, technically. The clock had passed midnight while I was sleeping. Sat in my apartment, looked at the parking lot through the kitchen window. The GPS screen glowed its quiet blue glow in the dark. I had been before October, a person who took the bus, who ate the same lunch 4 days out of 5, who had a cat named Ptolemy, a degree on a wall that she no longer had access to, and a life that was, by her own assessment, unremarkable in every dimension. But I was not that person now. I did not know exactly what kind of person I was instead, but I knew that the dimensions had changed, that unremarkable no longer applied in the way in which it had, that I was carrying something that Henry Arsenault had built, and Gerald Fitch had passed on, and Phil Kalowski had delivered to me in October, and which was, despite everything, despite the fear and the impossible camera and nights woken and dark roads and broken windows and strangers' cars on Route 44, not a burden anymore. This wasn't a burden. It was the opposite of that. I felt direction and purpose. I had been a person who was between things, as Phil Seller had said. People who were between things pay attention differently. They're more available. I thought about Henry Arsenault's daughter going into the water in Vermont in 1991. I thought about 4 minutes and 6 hours of a man standing on a dock who didn't hear a splash. I thought about 15 years of work and a trade show in Springfield, and a chain of trust extended from one ordinary person to the next. From Gerald to Phil to me, each of us only partially understanding what we've been given, each of us doing what we could with our partial understanding. My GPS was quiet that night. The night was quiet. Ptolemy sat on the kitchen floor and looked at me with his round orange cat eyes, and he was patient as always. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Claire. There's something else, something I didn't say at the park. I need you to see it. Can you come to New Haven? I looked at it for a moment, and then I typed, when? Her reply was, soon, before the next time I route you somewhere you're not ready for. I put the phone down and I looked at the GPS screen through the window. It was blue and steady. So before the next time it routes you somewhere you're not ready for. I thought about those words. There was something that she hadn't said at the park. Something she'd held back. Not from reluctance, I thought. Not from the same reluctance that had kept her quiet for 14 months, but from something else. From the recognition that there's an order to things. That you have to walk a person to the edge before you show them what's over it. I'd been walking to the edge. I understood the system. I understood Arsenault and Gerald and Phil and the signal and the network and the learning detector that got better at hearing distress the more distress it heard. But what was over the edge? I sat with this question for the remaining hours of New Year's night. Ptolemy moved from the floor to the table to the Murphy bed. The GPS glowed in the parking lot. The city made its low, constant sound. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamt of a lake in Vermont, still and dark, reflecting the sky so full of stars it looked like a second lake above the first. And in the dream, there was no one in the water. In the dream, the dock was empty, and the night was warm, and the stars made their slow rotation, and everything was fine. I knew, even in the dream, that I was only dreaming this because of what Arsenault had built, that somewhere in the real dark, there was a signal, and the signal was already moving. This is Dead Reckoning Part 5, The Edge of the Map. I drove to New Haven on a Saturday in the second week of January. The drive is about 45 minutes from Hartford on I-91 South, a highway that runs along the Connecticut River for a stretch and then cuts inland through the kind of middle Connecticut geography that's neither dramatic nor dull, hills that are suggestions of hills, exit for towns you've heard of but never visited, water towers above tree lines, the accumulated ordinary infrastructure of a small state going about its business. I've driven it many times. I drove it that morning with the Navigon on and quiet, and I watched the blue arrow move south on the screen's gray map. I thought about what Claire had not said at Cole Park, and what she was going to say now, and whether or not I was ready. I decided somewhere in the nights between New Year and this Saturday that readiness was not the operative condition. Readiness implies a threshold that you cross, a point which you have accumulated enough information, enough courage, enough certainty, and then you can proceed. I'd learned in the months since October that thresholds don't work that way. You don't acclimate to them. You arrive at them in motion and cross them before stopping, because stopping was never really an option. The GPS had taught me this. You follow the route or you don't. And if you don't, the screen shows you that you're being watched, that this situation is real, that your hesitation has a cost. I no longer needed the camera to tell me this. I had internalized it the way you internalize the things that have been true about you for long enough. Not as a rule, but as a fact. Like the fact that you prefer one side of a bed, or that you always underestimate how long tasks take. I followed the routes. This was who I was now. I found Claire's house on Canner Street, a 2-story colonial painted gray-blue, well-maintained, a small front porch and a silver Camry in the driveway. She was waiting on the porch when I pulled up, which meant she'd heard me coming. The Civic's exhaust had developed a faint rattle in the cold, and I kept meaning to have it looked at. She was wearing a heavy cardigan over a flannel shirt and holding a mug, and she watched me park with the patient focus of someone who's been thinking about this moment for a long while. I got out. She said, "Thank you for coming." "You said soon." I said, "Yeah, I'm in it." Inside the house had a quality of a person who thinks carefully and lives functionally. Books were organized by subject rather than aesthetic. A workbench in what should have been a dining room. Equipment I recognized as test and measurement gear mixed with equipment that I didn't recognize at all. A large monitor sat on a workbench, and it showed a waveform display, some kind of signal visualization, green lines of amplitude against time frozen mid-measurement. On the kitchen table were coffee, 2 mugs, and a manila folder. She poured, and we sat. She put her hands flat on the table and looked at them for a moment, and then she looked at me. "I told you everything I knew about the hardware," she said. "The secondary assembly, the detection mechanism, the learning correlator." "Yeah, you did." "Well, there's a component of the system that I didn't describe, because I wanted you to sit with the rest of it first. I wanted you to understand the function before I told you about the failure mode." "The failure mode," I said. "The correlator learns," she said. "Every threshold events it observes, it refines the signature. After years of operations and dozens of events, the signature in the library, they become very precise, much more sensitive than Arsenault's original calibration, much better at detecting weak signals, small distress, early stage distress, the first edge of a threshold long before the event itself. More sensitivity is generally better. You get more of a warning time. You can respond earlier, but..." I interrupted. It starts to detect things that aren't threshold events," I said. She looked at me. "How did you know?" "Because that's what happens when detectors get too sensitive. False positives, the signal to noise ratio degrades. You start detecting noise as signal." "Yeah." She wrapped both hands around her mug. "Not frequently and not randomly. The correlator's architecture limits the false positive rate by design. But in sufficiently evolved units that have been operative for several years and have been present at many events, the sensitivity reaches a point where the boundary between distress signal and background becomes unclear." "So what's the background? What's the baseline?" "Well, that's the question," she said. "The correlator is calibrated against a reference pattern that's derived from acute threshold limits and events. But in long-running events and units, this pattern has expanded, absorbed data from so many events it has edges that have grown wider. And at the widest edges..." She stopped again. She picked up a folder, took out a printed graph, a waveform I couldn't read technically, but could read as a shape. A complex shape with a clear main feature, a long, low tail of secondary features fading toward the baseline. "This is the signal from my unit," she said. "Its current state. 14 months of operation, 47 events." She tapped the main feature. "This is acute distress. Physical emergency, high magnitude, what the unit was built to detect." She moved her finger along the tail. And these secondary features, they're what the library has acquired over time. Lower magnitude signatures. Things that are in the family of distress but are not acute threshold events. What are they? She put the paper down. Loneliness, she said. Grief has become chronic, long-term fear, the sustained low-level signal of a person who's not in immediate crisis, but who is, she searched for the word, who's living below the threshold of their own capability, who've been in a kind of distress so long, it just becomes their baseline. And so I sat with this. So your unit is routing you to those people? I asked. Occasionally, she said, not often. The magnitude's low enough that it usually doesn't break the detection threshold, but sometimes in the right conditions with the right proximity. Yeah, it routes me to people who are not completely an emergency, who are ordinary, human suffering. Long-term, low-grade, the kind that doesn't call 911, doesn't make the news, doesn't end up in anybody's records. I thought about the same man on the steps in New Year's Eve. His 2 days without sleep, his son's phone call, his Christmas lights across the street. So was my routing to that man a failure mode, I asked? Or was that intended? I don't know, she said. I genuinely don't know. Arsenault's notes, what Gerald preserved, what I've been able to piece together, they don't address this. I don't know if he anticipated the system would evolve in this way. I don't know if this is a drift from the design of, or if it's a fulfillment of it. She looked at her waveform. I've decided to assume it's a fulfillment. It's not a bug. That the expansion of sensitive range is the system becoming more itself, more responsive to the actual breadth of what distress is. But it seems like this bothers you, I said, or you wouldn't have told me to come before it routes me somewhere that I'm not ready for. She was quiet for a moment. In acute cases, the gas leaks, the accidents, Marcus on Route 44, you know what you're there for. The situation makes the task visible. You can call 911, administer glucogen, honk the horn. The action is clear even if the execution is hard. She paused. But in the extended distress cases, the task is not completely visible. You arrive and you find someone who's in pain in a way that doesn't have an obvious intervention. Someone whose pain is not an emergency, but it's real. It's producing a signal. It's called you to them. And what they need might be something that you can provide, or it might be something you can't. And the GPS won't tell you which. And you've been there? I said. Yeah, I've been there. Well, tell me about it then. She looked at her coffee. So 3 weeks ago, she said, the GPS routed me to an address in Fairhaven, a house. I arrived and I sat and nothing happened. No visible crisis. I was about to leave. I'd been there about 20 minutes when a woman came out of the house to put something in her recycling bin. She was in her 70s and she was alone. She paused. She looked at my car and I looked at her, and something, I don't know how to describe this as anything other than what it was. Something passed between us. Something like recognition. She asked if I was lost and I said I wasn't sure. She said I could come in for tea if I wanted to, and she stopped. I went in, she said. She lived alone. She'd been living alone for 4 years since her husband had died. She had children, grandchildren. They called on Sundays. The rest of the week she was alone in a house that she'd lived in for 38 years, and Claire's voice did not waver, but there was something in it, some texture. She was fine. She was managing. But eventually external measure produced that she was absolutely fine. But the signal in her body, it was producing something my unit had learned to recognize, that had routed me to her. And I sat in the kitchen for 2.5 hours. And I don't know what I gave her, if anything, but I just sat there and talked. Well, maybe that was it, I said. Maybe. But I couldn't know. I can't know. That's what I mean when I say it routes you to places that you might not be ready for. She looked at me. The acute events have a shape. You arrive, you either act or you don't. You leave, and the shape of what happened is visible. These cases don't have that shape, they're open. You go in and you don't know when you're done, and if you've done anything at all, and you leave with that question unresolved. I thought about what that felt like. The man on his steps. I had left knowing if sitting with him had even made a difference. I told myself it was enough, and I believed that mostly. But Claire was describing the thing underneath the mostly. The persistent open question. The inability to close the loop. You said you wanted to tell me before it routes me somewhere that I'm not ready for. Is there something coming? Does your unit indicate something in mine? She nodded slowly. The mesh network, the unit-to-unit relay. Our units have been in proximity enough times in the past 2 weeks that they've shared state. My unit shows me a flag. It's a status indicator in the display data that I've learned to read. It indicates your unit has been accumulating signal from a persistent source. Something that's been detecting and not rallying you to yet, because the magnitude keeps falling just below the threshold. She paused. But it's been building. Whatever it is, the distress has been increasing over the past several weeks. Where? Does it say? Well, I don't have the coordinates. A shared state doesn't include location data unless I'm in mesh range of your unit. I just know it's been flagged. And so when it crosses the threshold, it'll route me there? Yes, she said. I held my coffee mug. Outside through Claire's kitchen window, the January light was doing its gray flat thing over the New Haven street. The bare trees were doing their cracked glass thing against the sky, and everything was ordinary and still. Is there anything that would make me not ready for it? I asked. Or is this the kind of preparation where the thing you're preparing for is something that can't actually be prepared for? Claire looked at me. Yeah, it's the second one, she said. Well, then I'm glad you told me, because I was going to go anyway. She looked at me for a moment, then she said, yeah, I know. And something in her expression, the exhausted recognition, the same thing I'd seen in Ray's face in Colt Park, relaxed slightly. I just wanted you to know what it means. The GPS is sending you to these cases too, what it means about what the unit has become. So it means it's been with me long enough to learn what I'm near, I said. It means it's been calibrating against my specific life, my specific geography, my specific proximity. Yes, she said. It means whatever's been building, whatever the source is, it's someone I've been near enough, often enough, that the unit has flagged them specifically. Yes, Claire said. It's someone in your life. I drove home from New Haven with this sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Someone in my life. Someone whose distress had been building for weeks. Someone I'd been near enough for the detector to have measured, accumulated, and flagged. I tried to think about who I'd been near the past several weeks. I was at work, Dee, my mother on the phone, the neighbors in my buildings whose name I knew, whose faces I knew, whose lives I knew in a proximity, in the way you know people that you pass in the hall. I tried to think about people who, among those people, had been in pain, had been suffering, had been produced a signal below the threshold of a visible emergency. But the answer I had arrived at, I had been not arriving at for the entirety of the drive, because it was the answer I did not want. I thought about the Sunday calls with my mother that had been getting longer. Not longer in the way that good calls get longer, but longer in the way that calls are reluctant to end, because ending means returning to something. I thought about the way that her voice had been lately. Not sad, not crying, not anything my conscious mind had flagged was wrong, but different. Slightly displaced from itself. The voice of someone who's keeping things in order through effort rather than ease. I thought about my parents' house, an hour northwest of Hartford, where my father had been working less and my mother had been home more. My brother was not coming home for Christmas. He told me in November, matter of factly, that he wasn't going to go to he was going to go to his girlfriend's house instead. And I said, of course, that made sense, without asking what this meant for our mother, who set 5 places at the table every year, who I knew had been cooking since November 28th. I thought about Christmas. I'd gone for 2 days, and my mother had been fine. She'd been performing fine, at least. But I now understood in the clear light of the 40-minute drive on I-91 with the Navigon quiet on the dash. She'd been performing fine with the practiced ease of a woman who'd been performing fine for long enough that she wasn't sure that she was herself, where the performance ended and where the reality began. And I thought about my father, who at the dinner table had talked about his projects, his woodworking, the table he was refinishing, who had not looked at my mother when she spoke, who had looked at his plate when I spoke about my new position, who had excused himself after dessert to watch something in another room, and who I told myself was just tired, was just getting older, was just quieter than they used to be. I thought about the signal, the body's honest broadcast. When I got home, I called my mother. She answered on the second ring. "Ainsley, this is a surprise. It's a Saturday afternoon. What are you doing?" "I know. I was just thinking about you." There was a small pause on her end. "That's so nice, sweetheart. Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine. How are you?" "Oh, same as always." The phrase of someone from whom same as always had become more loaded than it used to be. "Your father's in the garage. I'm just sitting here." Just sitting here. My mother did not just sit. My mother cleaned or cooked or organized or read or gardened or made phone calls or did something. My mother sitting alone in her house on a Saturday afternoon with nothing active in her hands was not the same as always. "Mom," I said. "How are things with Dad?" The pause this time was longer. It had a shape to it. "Your father, he's been going through some things. Some feelings about getting older, about what comes next. We've been, let's just say it's been a few challenging months, how men are with certain kinds of conversations. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said with the voice of a woman who had said this word so many times it lost specific meaning and becomes a reflective response, a placeholder, the verbal equivalent of same as always. "Mom, I'm gonna come see you." "Oh, sweetheart, you don't need to do that. It's winter, the roads. I'll come next weekend. I'll stay a few days." Another pause, and in this pause, in the quality of its brief, complicated silence, I could hear something I should have been listening for months ago. A held breath, a small relaxation, the exhale of someone who'd been carrying something and has just been offered very gently a place to put it down. "That would be lovely," she said. Her voice had shifted, not dramatically, not tearfully, but it shifted. The performance loosened by a degree, some layer of it dropped. "That would actually be really lovely, Ainsley." We talked for another 20 minutes, nothing specific, nothing that I could have pointed to and said there. That's the crisis, that's the threshold. It's just conversation, my mother's voice in my ear, going slowly from its careful shape to something closer to its actual shape as the call went on. She talked about my father's winter moods and her own restlessness and the Christmas that had been quieter than she'd hoped for. She talked in the way of someone who doesn't talk enough, being given a space and not quite believing yet that it won't be taken away. When we hung up, the GPS said nothing. It was dark. The engine was off. The car was in the lot. But I looked at it through the window, the way I always did now. And I thought about the signal that had been accumulating for months for my mother across the distance between Hartford and her house, across weeks of Sunday calls. The detector was patient and precise, noting the frequency, building the picture. I thought about Henry Arsenault, who identified the signal that human distress produces and had built something to hear it. I thought about how he would have felt, knowing that the system that he'd built had extended its hearing to include this, the low, persistent signal of an ordinary woman in an ordinary house having an ordinary, difficult year. Not a fire, not a car in a ditch, just a woman sitting alone on a Saturday afternoon, producing the quiet frequency of someone who needed to not be alone, and could not say so, and did not know how to ask. I thought about Elise Arsenault, who went into a Vermont lake without making a sound. I thought about all the ways that people go under without making a sound. I went to my parents' house the following Friday evening. I didn't tell my mother that I was coming because of this GPS, or because of Henry Arsenault, or because of a modified sensor array in the used car's navigation system that had been measuring her distress and routing me towards her. I told her I was coming because I'd been thinking about her, and that I wanted to see her, and I had the time. The drive was an hour, mostly of Route 44 West through the dark, familiar stretch. The trees, the hills, the narrow sky. I drove it the way I drove everything now. Alert, present, both hands on the wheel, and the night and the way it had become since October, that was my default state now. The GPS was on and quiet. My father opened the door and he was wearing his reading glasses pushed up on his forehead and a flannel shirt, and he looked at me with a mild, pleased surprise of a man who'd stopped expecting things and found the absence of expectations comfortable.
Ainsley, your mother didn't say you were coming today.
I wanted it to be a surprise. And that was true. My mother appeared behind him in the hallway, and her face, when she saw me, did something that I hadn't seen it do in a long time. It simply opened. No preparation or performance, just the face of a woman who was seeing something she wanted to see. She hugged me in the doorway for a moment longer than usual, and I held on. "You look cold, dear. Come in." So I came in. The house was warm, and the smell of dinner that she'd been making, the winter squash soup that she'd mentioned on the phone weeks ago, finally had materialized. The Christmas decorations were still up in a reduced form. The tree gone, but the wreath on the door and the candles in the window were still there. The dining room table had 3 place sets, which was a small thing that was not a small thing. We ate dinner together. My father talked about the table he was refinishing, the particular challenges of the old finish, the grain of the wood. He was more present than he'd been at Christmas, or maybe I just thought he was, more paying attention to the texture of his presence rather than accepting its surface. He was a man in his early stages of fear of his own age, and I understood now. It wasn't depression or crisis, but the creeping recalibration of a person who for the first time had been encountering the early evidence that these conditions would not always be the way they were. It was a difficult thing to be in. It produced a quality of withdrawal that read as distance, but was actually closer to confusion. The confusion of a man who didn't have the vocabulary for what he was feeling, and therefore retreated to the task that he had vocabularies for, the woodworking, the projects, the garage. My mother knew all of this. She'd been managing it, absorbing it, holding the household's emotional weight while my father navigated his recalibration. She was doing this as she did most things, without saying much about it, without asking for help, with the assumption built in her generation's model of what women do that this was simply the condition of things. After dinner, my father went to his chair and his TV, and my mother and I did the dishes together, and this was where it happened. Not dramatically, not with tears or revelations, but the way real things happened, which is quietly, beside a sink, with your hands in warm water. She started to open up to me, to tell me things. Not everything, not the full 3D shape of it all, not all at once, but the outline. Her worry about my father, which had been present for 2 years, but it had intensified in the fall. Her own restlessness, which she describes as feeling like she was waiting for something without knowing what it was. The Christmas that felt too quiet, the house that felt too large, the weeks between my calls that had felt lonely, and lately, a kind of distance that she didn't know how to cross. "I don't want to make it sound worse than it is," she said. She was trying to pot carefully with the focused attention of people who are able to apply to objects when they're talking about themselves. We're fine, your father and I. It's just a season. Everything's a season. I know, I said. I just sometimes... She stopped, dried the pot, put it down. I sometimes feel very far from people, she said. Do you know what I mean? Like, not lonely in a way that I could explain it to someone, just far, distant. I know what you mean, I said. Honey, you're busy with your own life, as you should be. And I don't want to be one of those mothers. Mom, I said, you can tell me when you feel distant. She looked at me sideways, the way she looks at things that she isn't sure that are true. Can I? Yes. She was quiet for even longer. She handed me the pot to put away, and I knew where it went, always known where it went. She said, I miss you. I know you're an hour away and we talk on Sundays, but I miss you when you used to be here, and then you're not here anymore. I never quit missing you. I never quite recalibrated to all this, I think. Is that just ridiculous? No, Mom, it's not. It's just been 6 years since you moved out. Some things don't recalibrate, I said. Some things just stay the shape that they were. She looked at me. Her face in the kitchen light was the face of a mother, which is to say that a face that had been looking at me my whole life, which I suddenly saw clearly, as though for the first time, not as a background of my childhood, but as the face of a specific person. A woman of 61 years old who had been many things, was still being them, and was doing it much of the time without enough people nearby. I'm going to come by more often, I promise. Not for any reason, but just to be present, just to be here. She looked at me for a moment, then she picked up the dish towel again and folded it over the handle in the precise way she always folded it, the way I'd watched her fold it for my entire life. That would be good, she said, simply. The performance was entirely gone now. We finished the dishes and we sat at the kitchen table with tea, and we talked for 2 more hours. Not about anything serious, mostly, just ordinary talk of a mom and daughter who'd always gotten along and who have for the past 6 years allowed the distance to make them lazy about that. To allow the Sunday calls to stand in for the kitchen table, the easy conversation, the kind that doesn't require setup or structure, that moves from a squash soup recipe to a book she was reading to a woman at her church whose daughter was getting married, and that meant nothing and it meant everything at the same time, in the way that all the talk that constitutes a life shared with someone. My father came in at 10 to say goodnight. He looked at the two of us at the table and something crossed his face, something brief and unguarded that I recognized as relief. He said goodnight and went upstairs. My mother watched him go with an expression that was complicated and tender and tired, the expression of someone who loves a person whose difficulty they understand and have decided to keep choosing anyways. I stayed for 3 nights with them. On Sunday morning, I was in the kitchen making coffee, and the GPS, which was in the car in the driveway, turned on. I could see the screen from the kitchen window, the blue glow, the map. It stayed for approximately 30 seconds, showing the map, showing my blue arrow in my parents' driveway, and then it turned off. No route, no destination, no direction. Just the map showing me I was there. That's where I was, and then it went quiet. I thought about what Claire had said about the system's flag, the flag source, the accumulated signal, the distress that had been building below the threshold. I thought about the detector's sensitive range, the edges it had grown into, the lower magnitude signatures that it had learned to recognize. I thought about what it meant for the GPS that it turned on and shown me the map and then turned off without routing me anywhere. I thought it meant, you're already here. You don't need directions. You found this one yourself. I thought about Arsenault and what he had built, about a learning system that got better the more it encountered, about the edges of the signature expanding to include not just the sharp, acute emergencies, but the long, slow ones, The low signal of a person sitting alone in a too large house on a Saturday afternoon, too far from the people she loved to think of calling. About a system that had maybe finally done the thing that it was built to do in the deepest sense. Not just detect the signal, not just to route the driver, but taught the driver to hear the signal themselves, without the GPS, without the route. Just the residue of months of paying attention. It was left in me like a calibration, like a reference pattern derived from experience, like the correlated chip that learns. I poured the coffee. I brought 2 mugs to the table. My mother came downstairs in her bathrobe and sat across from me. We watched the winter light come through the window over the driveway where the Civic had sat with its screen dark, engine off, waiting for the next thing it was needed for. I want to tell you how this ends, and the honest answer is that it doesn't. Not in the way that story ends, with resolutions or closure, the shape of a completed thing. I still have the car, I still have the GPS, I still follow those routes. In March, I was at the house of a fire that had started in Windsor where a family had got out because I knocked on the door 90 seconds before the smoke alarm went off. The detector hadn't heard something in the house before the alarm did. In April, I was at a stretch of I-84 where a tire blown out had spin a minivan into a shoulder, and I was the first car there. The mother in the driver's seat was trying to get her child calm and her phone out simultaneously, and I held the phone and I called while she held her kid. In May, on a Tuesday evening, the GPS routed me to a park bench in Bushnell Park. A man was sitting there with a paper bag between his feet. The specific stillness of someone who's made a decision and is waiting for the right moment to act upon it. I sat on the bench beside him and I said nothing for a long time. Eventually I said, "Whatever you're thinking about doing, I'd like you not to." He looked at me. He said, "How did you know?" I said, "I just knew." We talked for 2 hours, and at the end of it, he called his brother. I drove home with my hands shaking so hard I had to sit in the parking lot for 10 minutes before I could go inside. I called Ray that night. He said, "Are you okay?" I said, "I don't know, but I was there." "Yeah, that's enough." I called Claire and I told her about the park. She was quiet for a long time, and then she said, "The signature at that magnitude, the GPS shouldn't have been able to detect it from your commute distance. Your unit sensitivity must have increased significantly." I thought about this, about a detector that learned, about a system that became more itself the more it operated, about the correlation between distress encountered and distress detected, the feedback loop of a receiver that grew more sensitive the more it heard, about what it meant that I'd been driving this car for 7 months. I'd been near dozens of threshold events and had followed most of the routes, had been present as fully as I could manage at each of them. How sensitive will it get? "I don't know how sensitive it'll get," she said. Arsenal didn't set an upper bound as far as I could tell, or if he did, none of the units have reached it. I think the upper bound is theoretical. I think the ceiling is whatever the ceiling signal can carry. "And what can the signal carry?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment. "In principle, any distress that the body produces at any magnitude." Another pause. "In principle, a sufficiently sensitive receiver operating long enough, calibrated against enough events." She stopped. "Could detect anything," I said. "Could detect anything above the noise floor," she said. I sat with this, with the implications of it, which were large and also somehow not frightening, which were in fact something closer to the opposite of frightening, because the opposite of frightening is not comfort, not safety, not the absence of danger, but the opposite of frightening is meaning, purpose, belonging. A receiver that could hear any distress that the body produced, that grew more sensitive the more it listened, that was mounted in a used car sold by a man in a down vest on a Tuesday in October to a woman who was by every measure she'd applied to herself as unremarkable. And I thought about what unremarkable meant, about what it meant before and what it meant now. I thought about the bus route I used to take to work, the 2 transfers, the 15-minute walk. I thought about the hundreds of people that I had sat beside on that bus over 3 years. The faces I knew without knowing their names, whose bodies occupied the seat next to mine for 10-15 minutes at a stretch, whose lives I had no access to, had not sought access to, because this is what cities are. Proximities without penetration, nearness without knowledge. And I thought about all of them, about what sufficiently sensitive receivers might have heard, moving through all of them every day for 3 years. I thought about how many people produce a signal, how many people are between things or past things or afraid of what's coming, what's next. How many people are on bus routes at 7:15 in the morning, they're carrying something their faces don't show, their voices don't say, that broadcast unheard into the commuter air. I thought about Henry Arsenault on a dock in Vermont in 1991, about how the signal had been there, had always been there, but it found no receiver. I thought about 7 months of driving, about the learning correlator and its modified housing in the dash of a 2009 Honda Civic, about a detector that was calibrated now against my specific life, my specific geography, my specific routes, that had been measuring and refining and expanding day after day until the edges of what it could hear extended out to include the man on the bench, the woman on the steps, my mother in the kitchen, folding the dish towel in the precise way that she had always folded it, until the signal it was built to receive was not just acute emergencies, not just threshold events in the clinical sense, but the full spectrum of what it means for a human body to need something it doesn't have. There's a thing I've not told you, which I'm going to tell you now. In February, 3 weeks before the Windsor fire, the GPS routed me to a street in West Hartford that I didn't recognize. A residential street, older houses, the kind of block that had been the same for 40 years and will be the same for 40 more after. I arrived and said, there was nothing visible, no emergency or visible distress. The street was just empty. I was about to leave when a woman came out of the house and came across the street. She was carrying a box, the kind of box you use when you're packing up a room, not a moving box, but a smaller one. A box that says small load or intermittent removal. She put it in the back of her car and she went back inside and came back with another box. I watched her make 4 trips, and on the 4th one, she stood by the back of her car for a moment with the box in her hand, not loading it, but just standing. Her back was to me, and she was holding the box. I got out of the car, across the street, and I said, "Can I help you with that?" She turned around. She was about my age, maybe a few years older. The careful blankness of someone in the middle of a very hard thing who's decided to get through it by not looking directly at it. But she looked at me. She looked at the box, and then she looked at me again. "I'm clearing out my mother's room," she said. "She died back in November." "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. She looked at the box in her hands. "I've been meaning to do this since November. I kept not being able to start it, and then today she stopped. I just started." "Oh, that's gotta be really hard," I said. Yes, it's hard." She put the box in her car and she looked at the open trunk. My mom had a lot of things, small things. She collected them. Her voice was very clean. "I don't know what to do with these small things." I thought about the man on the steps and his son. I thought about the woman at the kitchen table who'd been alone all afternoon. I thought about what it means to be sent somewhere with no tool, no skill, no capacity for a specific task, and to have to find, in the absence of those things, the one thing you do have, which is to simply be there. "I've got an hour," I said, "if you want some help." She looked at me with the complete stillness of someone who's been in a hard thing alone for long enough that the offer of company has become something she doesn't know how to receive. It takes a moment, and then something in her face shifts, very slightly. It says, You don't have to do that." "I know," I said. We went inside, though. The room was her mother's room, organized, small, full of particular density of a life accumulated over decades in one place. Small ceramic figurines on the windowsill, a photograph on the nightstand, books with their spine arranged by color, which told me something specific and precise about her mother that I will not try to fully articulate, but it moved me. We packed boxes, we talked. After a while, first about the objects, then about her mother, then about other things, the sideways conversation that happens when two people are doing a physical task together, and the task creates a space that talking fills. Her name was Joanna. She worked in urban planning. Her mother had lived in this house for 30 years, had filled it with the small ceramic figurines from every country she'd visited on a teacher's salary, saving up for one trip every 2 or 3 years, bringing home one small thing from each place. She'd been to 37 countries, Joanna said, wrapping a figurine in newspaper. She was going to go to New Zealand in the spring. I didn't say anything. There wasn't really anything to say. We worked for an hour and a half, and when we were done, 3 boxes to donate, 2 to keep. The room cleared to a state that was still sad but manageable. We stood in the hallway outside the door, and Joanna looked at the room, and then she looked at me. "I don't know why you stopped," she said. "I was just driving by," I said. "People don't just stop." "Some do," I said. She looked at me for a moment, then she said, "Thank you. I mean it. I've been trying to do this for 3 months. I couldn't have done it alone." "Well, you didn't have to," I said. I drove home afterward with the low winter sun in my mirrors. The GPS was quiet, and I thought about what the system was becoming, what I was becoming. As a function of what the system was becoming, the feedback loop, the more I went where I was sent, the more the detector learned. The more precisely it heard, the more I was sent, the more I went. The correlator and I were calibrating against one another, learning from the same events from opposite sides of the detection apparatus. The machine was becoming more like me, and I was becoming more like the machine. Both of us becoming slowly something that could hear and respond. And the last thing I want to tell you is the simplest. I've saved it because simple things need room. In April, on a Wednesday, I was driving to work on Asylum Avenue at 7:45 in the morning. The GPS was on. I wasn't following it. I knew the route. I didn't need the directions. The GPS said, "In 200 feet, turn left on Laurel Street." I turned left on Laurel Street. I didn't ask why. I didn't check the news. I didn't do calibration. Didn't run the mental query to see what might have been about to happen on Laurel Street. I just turned the way that you turn when a turn is the right turn, when your body knows before your mind catches up. There was nothing happening on Laurel Street. No fire, no accident, no visible emergency. A quiet residential block on a Wednesday morning. A few cars, a woman walking a dog, a man leaving the house with a coffee travel mug and a laptop bag. The GPS said, "In 300 feet, your destination is on the right." The destination was a coffee shop, small, independent, the kind with mismatched furnitures and a chalkboard menu. I'd not been there before. I parked and went in. I ordered some coffee. I stood at the counter and waited for it. I looked around at the shop and the mismatched furniture, the people on laptops, the chalkboard. Then I looked at the person at the corner table. She was maybe 70, small, white hair cut close, reading something on a tablet with reading glasses on the end of her nose. She had the quality of someone who occupies a space comfortably, who's been coming here long enough that the chair she's in is understood to be hers. She looked up from her tablet and she looked at me. She had bright, dark eyes that were, in that moment that she looked at me, doing the thing that old eyes do sometimes, evaluating precisely, without ceremony, who the person is in front of them. She said, "You look like you're looking for something." I thought about this and I said, "I'm starting to think I might be finding things instead." She considered this with seriousness that it deserved, which was a quality I appreciated immediately. She said, "Sit down then. You can find things seated as easily as you can standing." So I sat down. I don't know who she was. I don't know what the GPS detected, what signal brought me to that coffee shop on that morning. I don't know if it was a threshold even close to the clinical sense, a distress signal, a precursor to something, but I was there. to prevent something, to redirect, or simply to witness. I know that we talked for 40 minutes and that she was a person, a specific, irreducible person with a mind that had accumulated something that I can call weight in the best sense, the weight of a life fully lived, fully inhabited. She talked about her work. She'd been a research librarian for 30 years and was now retired. She talked about what she missed about it, which was the questions. People came to the library with all these questions, not answers. They came to find, but not to confirm, and that's a particular quality of attention that I miss. What kind of questions did they have? I asked. Oh, every kind. The beautiful thing about a question is that it's honest. It admits its own incompleteness. A question says, I don't got this yet. I'm reaching for something. She looked at me over her reading glasses. I think most of the best things that we do are questions and not answers. Most of the best moments are those reaching moments. I thought about Henry Arsenault reaching for a signal that he believed was there. I thought about Gerald Fitch reaching for responsibility that he only partially understood. I thought about Phil Kalowski and his down vest, and Ray with his 3 years and his canvas bag, Claire with her waveforms and her 14 months of thinking. I thought about a small girl in Vermont, a dock, the signal that everybody produces, the silence it met for 15 years until a man in his 60s in a Springfield trade show, with the patient urgency of someone who'd been waiting and waiting, found Gerald Fitch in a crowd. I thought about a question. What does distress sound like? And about a life spent finding the answer. I know what you mean, I said. She looked at me and she said, what are you reaching for? I thought about this for a moment. The honest answer, the one that came without calculating or framing. I'm not sure yet, I said, but I think I'm learning to hear something that I couldn't hear before. She looked at me with those bright, evaluating eyes. She said, that's the beginning of the most important things. I finished my coffee and I said goodbye and I left. Outside, the April air was cold and clear, the kind of clarity that follows winter, not the absence of cold, but the presence of something else alongside it, some light quality, some thinning of the gray. I got in the Civic. The GPS showed me the map, my blue arrow on Laurel Street pointing eastward toward Asylum, and the rest of the day, I sat for a moment. I thought about the woman in the coffee shop, what the GPS had detected in her, what signal had brought me to her door. A distress signal? The low magnitude frequency of an old woman in a coffee shop alone with her tablet, missing the questions? Maybe. Or maybe the detector had expanded further than Claire's framework could contain, had grown sensitive enough to detect not just distress, but its opposite. Not just what the body produces under the weight of crisis, but what it produces under the ordinary weight of wanting, of reaching, of being still after everything, in the posture of a question. Maybe Arsenault had built something that could hear both. And maybe that was the point. Maybe the signal that a body in extremis produces and the signal that a body in longing produces are, at the frequency of their deepest emissions, the same signal. The broadcast of a living thing encountering the edge of its own limits and asking into the air without expectation or certainty whether anyone is near enough to hear. I put the car in drive and I turned right on Asylum Avenue. The GPS said nothing. The blue arrow moves east toward the city, through the ordinary morning, through a map that was 11 years out of date and still knew the roads. And I drove the way I drove everywhere now. Both hands on the wheel, my attention extending outward, and some part of me tuned as best I could manage to the frequency, to what was around me. I listened, and I listen all the time. I still have the Civic. The AC compressor makes a sound like a cat that doesn't want to be picked up when it first starts in summer. The dent above the rear wheel well is still there. The stain on the passenger seat, the one that's shaped like Florida, it's not gotten any better or worse. The GPS is on the dashboard where it's always been. It boots with a blue globe and the 3 ascending chimes. The maps are outdated by 12 years now, going on 13. The CVS that closed years ago is still labeled as a CVS. The voice still sounds like someone reading a eulogy. I've stopped minding this. I've come to understand it as accuracy rather than effect. The voice of something that knows, that's always known, that the work it is doing is not trivial, that the routes it gives are the only kind of route that matters. Turn left. In 200 feet, your destination is on the right. You have arrived. Somewhere in a lake in Vermont, the water is cold and dark and still. The dock stands above it. The sky above the dock is full of stars that have been burning for longer than any human grief, longer than any human signal, longer than the time it took for one man to build a way to hear what had always been broadcasting. His daughter's name was Elise. She was 7 years old. She went into the water without making a sound. And because of what her father built, because of what he gave to Gerald Fitch in a Springfield trade show on a day neither of them would have described as significant, because of what Gerald gave to Phil and what Phil gave to me on a Tuesday in October in a gravel lot in Route 9, somewhere in the dark right now, someone is driving toward a sound they couldn't hear before. And someone is not alone.